9:30 we'll start sharp 9:30.
Okay.
Let's wait for some more participants. Lisa, please disable the chat option from live streaming. The chat option is enabled there.
Yes, sir, done, sir.
How many participants are expected?
So around 100, sir.
And they are all in streaming or they are participating here?
Only inauguration is streaming, sir. Remaining, everybody is participating in the link itself.
Okay, okay, okay.
We'll start.
Yes, sir, sure.
The world is rapidly progressing, and so are the technological aspects in every day. We have come a long way from the invention of the wheel to the invention of self-driven cars. It can be said without any doubt that the exponential growth in technology requires us to be prepared and gain the much needed knowledge to be able to cope up.
One of the buzzwords that seem to have impacted the entire humanity is a technology called the artificial intelligence. There has been a significant rise in the advancements in the field of AI, where no industry vertical is kept untouched, be it education, healthcare, or even the day-to-day amenities we use. AI has spanned its reach over everything possible, easing the process for humans.
Not only are the applications so exciting, one can feel the actual thrust and inquisitiveness when they jump into this field and start learning about actual AI functions. This heavily welcomes young and aspiring minds from across the world to indulge in this ever-growing domain of the future and add to the growth with their unparalleled innovative contributions.
Adhering to this cause of educating young minds and nurturing the real talents, we welcome you all to the inauguration ceremony of the Artificial Intelligence for You event organized by the AI division of VIT Bhopal under the Skill Up initiative, with the sole aim of propelling the young minds of the schools in our country and making them aware of this exciting domain from the very early process.
It is quite rightly stated by French computer scientist Yann Kuhn that our intelligence is what makes us human, and AI is an extension to that quality. With this quote in our minds and with the intention to learn and innovate, we would like to begin the inauguration ceremony for the AI4U 2021, organized by the AI division of VIT Bhopal under the Skill Up initiative.
We are quite privileged to have with us our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, VIT Bhopal University, Dr. U. Kamachi Mudali, Dean, Sir, SCST, Dr. S. Poonikuntran, AI Division Head, Dr. S. Soundarajan, Sir, Dr. Sharat Chandra Tripathi, Sir, Skill Up Coordinator, and our distinguished faculties from the AI Division of VIT Bhopal University. And not to forget our young and lovely audience for attending this wonderful webinar, making their presence diverse.
We are very excited to see such a large number of viewers connected from various schools across India in this AI4U event organized by the AI division of VIT Bhopal under the Skill Up initiative. I would now like to request Dr. S. Soundarajan, sir, to give the welcome address.
So, Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, and respected Dean SCSC, Dr. S. Poongundaran, sir, and my dear faculty members and all the student coordinators of this event. Good morning to one and all present here. I welcome you all to this auspicious occasion of the inauguration of Artificial Intelligence for You event 2021. This is an era of artificial intelligence. We can see the rapid shift in industries towards this ever-growing technology. It is one of the most advanced fields today, with a huge demand among students to pursue their career in this domain. Adhering to this demand and enthusiasm of young minds of pursuing this field, the Artificial Intelligence Division of VIT Bhopal is organizing the 6th edition of the Artificial Intelligence for You event that will help nurture young minds and provide them the much needed initial guidance required for their kickstarts. We have already successfully conducted 5 previous editions of the Artificial Intelligence for You event. The places are Lucknow, Adadara, Coimbatore, and then one offline event in VIT Bhopal. And last event we conducted in month of January 2021 in online mode due to the pandemic. So we have received a huge response with our AI4U initiative, with a large number of students and various institutions actively taking part of the event to foster an initial AI mindset among the school students from classes 9th to 12th standard. Artificial Intelligence for You is a national-wide workshop organized by VIT Bhopal to guide young minds to ride along the technology of the future world. In this skill development initiative by the university, students would be given insights and introduced to limitless future possibilities of artificial intelligence, along with enhancing them in the first-hand experience of building real-time artificial intelligence applications and eye-opening sessions over various topics under the guidance of artificial intelligence specialized faculty members and students of VIT Bhopal. The AI division of VIT Bhopal continues to bring such kinds of events for the enrichment of learning prospectus in the domain with the help of fine-tuned expert sessions from international and national speakers, as well as industry experts in various events such as AI Conclave and AI First and iconic events of AI division. Several international webinars on research topics we are conducting through that artificial intelligence domain. We also promote the research-based approach and encourage our students to indulge in research perspectives and file patents, publish research papers, and ensure practical project-based learning. I ensure more such events in the future and will continue to promote practical and approach-based learning in artificial intelligence, machine learning, and deep learning domains and other leading topics. I congratulate everyone for organizing this event and promoting the artificial intelligence among the young school students. I would like to thank all the faculty members and the student coordinators for this event. So thank you for all.
Thank you so much, sir, for setting such a high note with your kind words.
I would now like to invite Dr. Sharat Chandra Tripathi, Sir, Skill Up Coordinator, to give a brief introduction about Skill Up.
Thank you, Shakalya. Very good morning to you all. Honorable Vice Chancellor, VIT Bhopal, Dr. U. Kamachi Mudli sir, Dean School of Computing Science and Engineering, Dr. S. Poonkuntran, Division Head, Artificial Intelligence, Dr. S. Sondarajan, esteemed faculty members, volunteers, and the lovely participants here. Uh, if you see in the last 2 years, the whole world has been going through a lot of problems. And as Sundar sir has mentioned here, so we have been doing this AI4U to the on the national level in various cities. But especially in the last 2 years, the students were not getting what exactly they deserve for. So with the motivation of providing them the due resources so that they can decide what is good for them, so we have started this skill up initiative. With this motivation, we approached our management, and I'm very much thankful to our respected Assistant Vice President, Dr. Ms. Kadambari S. Vishwanathan ma'am, that she has approved our request, and then she has motivated us to reach the students from the remote areas of the country. So whatever the informations they were getting from online sources and the other stuff, when the career counseling comes into the picture, they were only flooded with lot of informations. But here in the Skill Up at VIT Bhopal, what we have decided, not only to give them information about the recent technology trend, what can build by using what they can build their own prosperous career, but what we have decided to give them training in a particular field, and so that they can learn a lot of skills, and then they can decide what they are good at and what will be a good option, what can be a good option for them to pursue with. So with this motivation, we have started the Skill Up. This AI4U, we are organizing today and by tomorrow. This is the first event for this series of events of this 21-22 session. And then in the coming days, we'll be coming up with the Cyber4U, Gamers Connect, and then Astrovit, and then Cybertronics. Lot of more events are there. So I'll encourage you all the participants to participate in this event and in the coming events also, so that you can see that what kind of strength we are having, and then what kind of opportunities you are having. So with this, once you participate, learn, and then you choose your career, what is suitable for you. So with this note, I'll thank you all for joining this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your kind words. I would now like to invite our Dean SCSC, Dr. S. Poonkuntran sir, to give the inaugural address.
Thank you. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. U. Kamachi Mudli sir, respected Division Head AI, Dr. S. Sondarajan sir, then Coordinator Skill Up, Dr. Sharat Tirupati sir, and Professor Mayuri from AI Division. So, and my dear enthusiastic participants, very warm good morning to every one of you. So I'm very happy to be here and take part of this particular event in today. So today we are talking about AI. So this particular buzzword is being used widely in our day-to-day life. So I wanted to tell you one thing. So technology is a mandatory one. So wherever you go, whatever you do, the technology will follow you. I repeat, wherever you go, whatever you do, the technology will follow you. So whether we like it or not, but we have to get into a technology era. So today in the last decade, actually we stepped into AI era, that I can say like it is an intelligence era. Okay. So in a simple way, if I wanted to tell what is AI, we are trying to make our machines to behave like us. But simply in a word, okay, we can say this one, but it is not really that much easy task to do, because behind the screen, we need to go through a lot of science and concept. A simple example I can tell you, we know how to handle with the rock and how to handle with the glass. The same thing we need to feed it to the computer so that the computer will start handling the rock in the way we handle the rock. Okay, similarly, the way in which we are handling the glass. Okay, so this is that, it is not much easy. Okay, so to hope up this one, actually what we did, actually we started offering a various undergraduate and postgraduate programs and research programs in our university. After achieved a few milestones in that, we understand that, okay, this particular knowledge should also be provided to the various other sectors in our society. So that way we coined this particular program exclusively for school students. So this program is having a lot of version as pointed out by our division head and skill up coordinator. Okay, so we are in the 6th edition today. And this program will be having a lot of exercises, awareness sessions and everything. You'll be given with a lot of prizes and everything. So I request all of you to please participate with the full of your energy and take all the possible outcomes from the program. And I wish you all the best. Thank you for an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your kind and inspiring words.
I would now like to take the honor of inviting Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, to deliver the presidential address and declare the workshop open.
Very good morning. Am I audible to all of you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good morning once again. I'm very happy that today we are inaugurating just now the 2 days nationwide workshop on artificial intelligence, particularly focusing on the school students of 9th to 12th. It's a wonderful initiative by our BIT Bhopal University, part of the Skill Up, an e-initiative for training the society. I'm very proud that we have lined up a large number of such events that are going to happen this year. And the first one, we are beginning with artificial intelligence, which is the most important thing that is happening all around the world. You go to east, west, north, south, everywhere AI is becoming a buzzword. AI is being imported as an important subject to the younger generation. Particularly this Skill Up program by our university is to help and make the students from all over the country. We do this particular program also offline sometime, and we do it online so that people from urban and rural areas, from cities to tiny villages, they all can get imparted with the knowledge on the topics that are very, very important today, which is emerging, so that they can choose it as a career by preparing themselves during the school days itself to take up the challenges in the technological world. I have no doubt that the students who are joining today will take advantage of listening to the most experienced speakers from our university, who will also train you with a demonstration at the end. And there will be a competition where you will also get some prizes worth of 15,000 for making yourself happy that you could achieve something today by attending and listening to the experienced speakers. I'm very happy that this particular topic, artificial intelligence, is the most important one, where I think it has been explained nicely by the previous speakers also, right from the opening, that intelligence is important to machines to perform the duties that what humans are doing. So that is something like you have a machine, that machine is provided with an intelligence by the person who created the machine. Means the machine will have the knowledge as much as the person who created it. That is where it is called artificial intelligence. You take a machine, anything that can be, any machine, anything that is not movable, that is not having any life, and try to provide the intelligence as much as it can have and do some function so that it can help the humanity. This is how that people think. I can go little very simple way that, when people like us, we are very young, we used to have small toys. These toys, you can just push it with the hand, you can move it with your hand, and you can have a feeling as if these machines can function, like a small car, or a small toy of a girl or boy, something you can keep moving and you have a feeling that it is actually like a live one. Subsequently, these small toys were provided with some battery, or no, before battery, there were some keys, mechanical keys. So you'll have some mechanical system inside the toys, you give some, apply some torque or force through these keys, and these small toys, whether a girl or boy or a car or a truck, will keep moving. So you feel very happy that it is functioning like a real object. Then the batteries came, the transistor and batteries, the batteries were important. Then you put a switch on, it will function as much as energy is there in the battery. It will function, it will do all the jobs that you want, and you feel very happy like that. Then came all these televisions and the automated systems where you have remotes, where in a wireless way you can control any object, anything that can do what you want. That is how that evolution was happening as we were growing. Today things are totally revolutionized, where many things that can happen, very, very remotely from, we operate the lander at the Mars from here, from Earth, we operate the lander at the Mars. It can go there, it can move around, it can pick up sample, which can do many activities there through the remotely operating from here, remotely sensing that, and we make many, many wonderful advantages in the technology. Where is the artificial intelligence comes here? What is the function of this artificial intelligence? I think the two word itself, both of them give you a very good meaning of intelligence. Intelligence is something that anybody can possess according to his knowledge, who can do things with his intelligence. It can be applicable to any living organism with its own sense, maybe with 1 sense, 2 sense, 3 sense, or like humans with 6th sense. We can function as per the intelligence. We can do things, many things that what is expected. And the super intelligence system is the human beings who can do, mega sensing and acting with feedback systems. You are all imported with a few hundred grams of brains with billions of neurons that can do wonderful job. It can control your hearing, seeing, sensing, many touching, all 5 senses that you are supposed to have. All that can be controlled, all that can be given a feedback, all that will act as per the control from the brain. Now the same thing I want to put it on the intelligence, the knowledge, the everything that a human being having with 6th sense to a machine, which is nothing, mobile system. So you put it into a machine, the machine will have the intelligence, it's whatever that a human can have, and it can start function like a human being. And that is the ultimate dream of the society today, to produce a lot of mechanized systems with an intelligence that what a human can have, what a machine should supposed to have, the particular machine, and do the jobs. So that means we need not have to use a lot of human beings for some particular jobs. For example, you go to a automobile industry where cars are produced or some bikes are produced, scooters are produced. You will find in the factory thousands of people there doing a lot of jobs. Somebody will be machining, somebody will be fitting, somebody will be painting, somebody will be doing some electronics gadget preparation, and somebody will be assembling, somebody will be again testing and driving, all that. So there will be thousands of people in a factory who will do all the job. So you need a lot of human beings who need to be trained, who need to be utilized for all these purposes. So can we just imagine that instead of using human beings, can we use the machines, the bots or the robots or the cobots, which can be imported with the intelligence of those workers, and they can do all those jobs that in a very automated way. So my production will increase, the efficiency will increase, and then the quality of the product also will be superior. So this is what is the ultimate dream, to eliminate those kind of jobs which are mechanized and automated, can be done with a system that will have artificial intelligence. Then the question comes in every young people mind when you are listening to this. If you are allowed to ask a question, you will ask me, sir, then that means we are depriving the job opportunity, depriving the income or the survival of various people at a lower level to not have such jobs. So what will happen to the society? What will happen to such people? It is perceived that artificial intelligence, if it is being put into all systems to make it automated, and which is going to improve the efficiency, productivity, and quality, it need not always reduce or cut the jobs. So there is going to be jobs that will be created in different dimensions. Suppose some 8 million jobs, 8 lakh workers are going to be affected. There is going to be job for 9 lakh people in different domains. Artificial intelligence is not going to be just done by few people. There is going to be different type of job opportunity for in different categories for different human beings. So you are going to impart knowledge and enhance the job potential and opportunity in a different platform for the human beings. That is the purpose that artificial intelligence will increase the quality, productivity, and the functioning efficiency, as well as it will upskill or upgrade the knowledge of the human beings in a different platform so that they can do all this machine intelligence. Okay. People consider this is the last invention, but I don't think so, that there is going to be more and more intelligence, that is going to be more and more technological advances that will be coming today. So artificial intelligence is not going to deprive the jobs, it is going to enhance the job in different platforms. So there we need a lot of people who are with artificial intelligence knowledge, those who can understand the machines, those who can build the machine, those who can create the materials for building the machine, those who can make electronics design for that, those who can make languages for that. So there is going to be more and more skilled job that will be created. That is the purpose, thinking all these advances that is taking in the technological world. The VIT Bhopal University was conceived at this place, the Kotri Garden village between Bhopal and Indore, by our respected Assistant Vice President, Ms. Kadambari Viswanathan, our Vice President, Mr. Shankar Viswanathan, and our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. G. Viswanathan, to have such a state-of-the-art university in this place and impart, programs that are future-ready, industry supported or industry ready, and also providing state-of-the-art knowledge. So we have programs, nearly about 24 programs in our campus. Most of these programs coming under the School of Computing Science and Engineering, they all have the insight into the future technologies. Artificial intelligence is one, aerospace technology is another one, robotics is another one. So cyber security, I can keep adding, digital forensics, biotechnology, many programs that are all future technologies have been made ready for the students, the young leaders to take up and go to the industry with excellent knowledge on the subject. I have no doubt this artificial intelligence, which is a very, very important field that has to be studied, that will give you excellent job potential in future, will attract all of you, the school students who are listening to me, who are going to listen to all my colleagues who have made an excellent program schedule. Indeed, I would like to appreciate the organizers that they made it in a beautiful sequence with an introduction of insights into artificial intelligence by Dr. Soundarajan, who is the division head of the artificial intelligence program in my university, in our university. It is like it's an ice-breaking session where you will get into an insight of 1.5 hours about the artificial intelligence. Then my another colleague, Dr. Mayuri, is going to tell you about how the machine learning essentials are required, where you can artificial intelligence and machine learning can create a roadmap for future. Then you have Dr. Soundarajan again telling you about mathematical aspects, how machine learning and AI can be linked together using mathematics. Then you have demonstration, project demonstration, how to use the artificial intelligence and machine learning for application development. That is by Dr. Manikandan. Then again, Dr. Mayuri will tell you about intellectual opportunities in artificial intelligence, what kind of placement you have, what kind of opportunities abroad you have, what kind of industry where you can go and survive and perform. Then you have application development using artificial intelligence. Again, it is a project demonstration by Dr. Kumaraswamy. Then finally, you have a hackathon idea event where you can all participate by the knowledge that you have gained by listening to all my senior colleagues on today and tomorrow up to 1 p.m. So you can from 2 to 3 p.m. you can participate in the AI hackathon idea event where you can do website hosting about idea event. Then we have a validatory function. I have no doubt today and tomorrow it's going to be a technology feast on artificial intelligence that you are going to have. If all of you are going to sincerely listen to all these talks and the demonstration today and tomorrow, I think that you will get superbly motivated, and you will know first-hand information on how artificial intelligence can transform the society tomorrow, transform the industry tomorrow, how it can be an important part of technological education today and tomorrow for the future generation. I am told that there is going to be more than hundreds of students who will participate in this event and who will get benefited by attending all the lectures and listening to the demonstration, witnessing the demonstration and participating in the hackathon. I want to wish all of you the best, and I also congratulate the organizers, Professor Sarath Chandra, Professor Soundarajan, Professor Mayuri, and Dr. Pungundran, Manikandan, I think Kumaraswamy, Saravanan, Suthir, all of you for making this program very attractive to students. And I wish that there will be more and more students joining for today and tomorrow. And I'll be happy to say that this program is starting today, and all the best to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your wonderful words. I'm sure the students are heavily inspired and are even more excited for the events now.
I would now like to invite Dr. Mayuri AVR, Program Chair Integrated MTech AI, Senior Assistant Professor, Department of Computing Science and Engineering, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Sakadya. Good morning to one and all. It's my privilege to propose vote of thanks in this inaugural function, AI4U, today's nationwide workshop on artificial intelligence for school students, which is an initiative taken by VIT Bhopal University for training the society. First of all, I would like to thank the VIT management, respected AVP ma'am, Honorable Vice Chancellor sir, for organizing this wonderful event for the young budding school students. I would like to extend my thanks to our Dean sir, Dr. S. Pungundran, for supporting us in all aspects. It's my gratitude to express my heartfelt thanks to the Division Head of Artificial Intelligence, Dr. H. Soundarajan sir, for his constant support and his able guidance has always encouraged us. I express my sincere thanks to Dr. Sharath Chandra Tripathi, Coordinator SkillUp, for supporting us in conducting this event. I would also like to thank all our faculty coordinators, student volunteers, who have given unparalleled efforts for making this event a grand success. Last but not the least, I would like to thank all our participants who are here with us today for showing interest and registered for the two-day nationwide workshop AI4U. I wish for the grand success for this event and hope the best for the 2 days. I want to conclude this famous quote, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam sir, especially for the students. Success is when your signature becomes an autograph. So I wish all the students to have success in their future endeavors. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your kind words.
With this, we have come to an end of the inauguration ceremony. We will now begin with our sessions for day one of the AI4U event. But as Sharon Bagley once said, somewhere something incredible is waiting to be known.
Keeping this belief of something is there waiting for us in our mind, we will begin with our sessions for the first day of the AI4U event. We will be taking a 2-minute break before starting the sessions of the day one. Everyone, please stay connected as we will be starting very soon.
On the other side, you will be having Yamuna and Ria as your hosts for the day. We hope you all have a splendid time experiencing this event. Thank you, everyone.
Welcome back, everybody. I bet you were eagerly waiting for the AI4U event to commence. So the fun begins with the commencement of the much-awaited AI4U event. Starting the day on a very high and energetic note, I would like to invite Mr. Om Krishna Yadav of BAI 2019 batch. He competed in All India Research Competition AIRC 20 and won the IIT Roorkee zone and was also one of the top 5 global finalists of the MIT COVID-19 Challenge hosted by the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. He was also chosen as a mentor for the RU Hacks 21, an event hosted by Ryerson University in Toronto, Canada. Currently, he is doing a machine learning internship at Sanofi Research Private Limited, IIT Madras Research Park in Chennai. I would like to call him forward to share a few words about the AI division.
Bhaiya, you're muted.
Yeah, I hope I'm audible now. Actually, the permission was given to the host. Thank you, Amna, for a wonderful introduction. And this is Om Krishna Yadav. Currently, I'm a third year student at VIT Bhopal University, pursuing my bachelor's in computer science engineering with a specialization in artificial intelligence and machine learning. So, a very warm good morning. I hope you have been known now a little bit about what is AI and how the world is going with the artificial intelligence. Our respected Vice Chancellor sir told you about how this AI is actually evolving each and every day. As he told, one of his statement was people are thinking AI is the end of the invention, but no, AI is the start of the invention. That what we believe as a AI student. So I want to tell you here about the division, AI division of VIT Bhopal University. So VIT Bhopal University has a goal with a new global outlook that empowers its aspirants to attain excellence through learning. The main objective is to reduce or you can say is to educate the students from all over India. With this initiative, from different places, to become enlightened individual in their field and improve the standards of the society. Now here at VIT Bhopal's AI division, we give the practical skills and hands-on experience to develop their shapes and their career of the students. Now, if we talk about the AI division, so in AI division, we don't only focus on the theoretical knowledge, we also focus on the practical knowledge as well. If we talk about the practical knowledge, we conduct different events. We have different kinds of seminars here at the divisions. We have different of the fun events related to AI. In coming session, you would be also evolving with some of the events, some of the sessions that we have made for you in today's and tomorrow's session. And the major part is where is a kind of a teamwork. So for a teamwork, we have created a club here under the AI division, that is AI Club. So if we talk about the main motive of the club, or what is this club, you might be hearing this club or society in your schools also. There are different clubs, gaming club in your schools. There are different kinds of seminars that happens in your school. Those seminars are basically based on technical aspects. You'll be making projects you can take very small example. When I was also a student, in 10th or 12th, I used to make projects that was basically based on the science. We take some of the kind of motors and we do some experiment in the physics. So here what we do is we just do the same thing, but in a different way. We have a club here, its name is AI Club, and it's a newly launched club of VIT Bhopal University, where we promise to deliver deeper knowledge about artificial intelligence and machine learning. What actually I believe is now, if we talk about in India, there is a kind of a gap between the people and the technology. There is a more gap between artificial intelligence as well. So we just want to remove that gap between the people to provide them an AI ecosystem kind of a knowledge. So with this initiative, we started this club of artificial intelligence. And what we want to do is we want to conduct webinars on different things. We wanted to conduct activities like debate, discussions, and many more. And we wanted to do a kind of a hackathon, or you might be not familiar with this word hackathon, but you would be familiar with this word hackathon in coming session. So the main purpose of this club was to provide the knowledge about AI and ML. And like you might be hearing this word AI and ML from like your computer science also. Like you have been familiar with this subject. There would be a subject in your class 11th of computer science where you would be learning about something about AI, that is artificial intelligence. You would be knowing that it is a kind of a human intelligence. So with this coming session, you would be also knowing much more about these all things. Now coming towards the mission, like what was the mission behind creating that club? So the main mission behind creating that club was like we wanted that to enlighten like every student, not only at the VIT Bhopal University, but like the person who are joining the events, the person who are the part of the event, to explore AI through this club by sharing and learning together to build a place like minded people. Because like the main motive is like if we come across like minded people, we learn a lot, we grow together, we build together, and we grow together. Now to share and to learn about every aspect, like how this professional industry works. So we offers like different kinds of the like activities. There are some of the members in the club who are like great in their activities, like who have been achieved a lot. So we learn from them, like how they have achieved, like what are the perspective, what are the steps they have taken, and how they have reached that much far. So it also motivates the other members in the club to achieve that thing. So we want that VIT Bhopal University to be a library for the student who want to achieve like more in the future in the field of the AI. With this vision, we wanted to deliver a student a platform to explore their dreams and their passions to make them work towards it. So like if we talk about the learning concepts and those all things, so learning new concepts will be a fun if we come across the like-minded people. Because if we come across the like-minded people, so what happens, like they share their ideas, they share their initiative, how they are working in the same field. So we came to across and like sometimes we think, yeah, this was my idea, how like he's executing this idea. So like this is the place, like how we come together, how we talk together, and how we grow together. So the main mission of this club was to learn together and to grow together. Now, there would be something like if you are going to learn some new concepts, so it will be a kind of a thing like there is a kind of thing like if I might like there is a thing that you might be heard about the name that is Sophia. So there is the thing like everyone know that this is a Sophia and this is a robot. No one knows about the history of the Sophia. So there would be some people in the club who would be knowing a great who have done great kind of research in the field and who would be knowing much more about the Sophia. So in the club, you would be understanding that how this thing works, that what is Sophia and what is the main achievement behind like how this thing has been made. There will be you will get a given exposure like to people throughout the nation and will be competing in different competitions. Like there are the peoples in the club or in the division who go for different kinds of the competition that happens not only the national level, but in the international level. In the coming session, you would be also knowing about Tanish and his journey, like how he just went from a national level to international hackathon. He has been winner to different competitions as well. So with this, this was about the AI club. And if we talk about the event, so one of the biggest event of AI division is AI Conclave. So AI Conclave was a 2-day international event that was held last year on 26th and 27th of February. So the main aim was to impart knowledge and raise awareness about artificial intelligence and related technologies as well. So the Conclave 2021 was a medium through which we may crave your part to learn more about the AI and machine learning. Now, the conclave was loaded with different kinds of discussion sessions, quizzes, keynote sessions by subject matter experts. AI Conclave actually helped the student to gain sufficient and enhance their knowledge in the field of AI. And if we talk about the speakers, so speakers were from all over the world. Like there were top 6 keynote speakers. Some were from the professor from Ryerson University, Canada. Some were research associate from NTT Corporation, Japan. And one of the biggest speaker was Dr. Sailesh Kumar. He was the chief data scientist and the center of excellence in AI/ML/Geo. And we have Dr. Rudrev Mitra, who was the CEO and founder of the Omdena. It is an initiative that works in the field of artificial intelligence, and it has its chapter all over the 30 plus countries. And the main center is in the USA. And we have Dr. Lalit Garg. He was from Health Informatics and the faculty of Information and Communication Technology, and he's from University of Malta. And we have Dr. Rajendra Prasad. He is from IIT, Triple IT Sri City, and he is one of the professor working there. And these were the main keynote speakers. We were invited for the AI conclave session. And with their session, the AI conclave went for the worldwide kind of a participation. We got maximum approximately 2,500 of the participations, which were comprising of 50 plus worldwide registration for the event. Moreover, this, like, we had some conclave session. In the conclave session, we discussed briefly about what is the what are the main benefits, like what are the key points that you can say that what is the pro and cons of the AI, what are the how we can go for the future of the AI. There was some of the discussion done by a guest speakers or the conclave sessions speakers, and they were from the industry person who were discussing, like, who are regularly working with the industry, who have seen the growth of AI in this industry from last 10 years, especially in India. I'm not talking about the world, but especially in India, AI has, in the last 10 years, if we see, AI has grown so far. And I believe that in coming 10 years, it will be somewhere else. So, like, other than this, we have conducted many, many events under the division. There have been webinars, like regular webinars are going on in the university. Regular, like, kind of hackathon activities are going on in the university. different competition we host in period of times. So these are the things that we conduct under the division. So you might be thinking, like, you might be having a kind of picture in your mind that this is the college life you wanted. Yeah, this is the college life you wanted. And we actually here at the DII division, like, deliver those all things, and we come up with your concepts. We come up with a concept that can actually amaze you, like the kind of the events that we come here, the kind of the support you would be getting here in the division. Maybe, like, you can say here, if you talk about the support, then here you can get the support of each and everyone. Like, here you can get the things to be done very softly, and those all things to be done on the time. And if we talk about the other things, like, you might be having a question in your mind. So, like, how this AI is going to work under, like, how this AI can involve, like, what we can do in the field of AI, what are the things that needed to learn about this AI. Some of you might be hearing it for the first time. Some of you might be heard from your brother, elder brother or sisters, that what is AI. Some of you have been seeing the movies that is based on AI. So in coming session, you would be knowing about these all things in much brief way. So with this, I would like to end up my session, and I would like to I would like to motivate you all, or I would like to ask you to show some much more enthusiasm, because we are coming with an idea in the coming session, that is an ideathon. You would be knowing more about this, and you would be getting some of the good prizes among, like, some of the quizzes would be there. You would be getting prizes for those, like, if you are coming up with a winner to those things. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for briefing about the various details about the AI division and paving the first run of the event, Bhaiya.
So moving on with our next session, now we'll have an interactive ice-breaking session with Dr. S. Soundarajan, Division Head, AI Division, VIT Bhopal, and Associate Professor in the School of Computer Science and Engineering at VIT Bhopal University. Sir will be discussing various insights into AI to set the starting note for this two-day event. So hold on to your seats and get ready to be amazed. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ria, and thank you all faculty members and student coordinators for organizing this such kind of event. Given a very impactable for understanding of artificial intelligence and machine learning domains. So then I thank all organizers for this particular AI4U event. So those are work for last 2 days for organizing this kind of all setups for conducting this workshop. Okay, now we are in the discussion about artificial intelligence. So myself, Dr. S. Soundarajan, Artificial Intelligence Division Head, VIT Bhopal. So now I'm talking about most of the students are started their career after 12th. They are thinking which particular engineering course they can use. That is $1 million question. Everybody knows that. So how we are going to choose particular career of which particular engineering stream it is suitable for us. So that is a most wanted question after 12th standard. So now the India and other foreign countries now we started a new future ready programs for students, like the emerging topics in roll over in India after 50 years, 60 years. So we started here in artificial intelligence, as well as ruling all the fields, as well as, and then cybersecurity and gaming industry, and you can take e-commerce industry and all smart cities, and then IoT, all kind of technologies. It will be giving you more impact, so more future ready jobs in further. So that is what actually we know that. So what idea and what kind of content we are already having in our knowledge in 11th and 12th. So you are good in mathematics, or you are in good in science background, or you are in good in some project oriented, mechanical oriented things, if you want to assemble things. So based on that, your career will be started after 12th standard. So then you're based on the interest, you can choose your engineering stream as much what you want. So then only your complete education as well as career path, it will be going very futuristic way. So this is what actually all the students are thinking. So now you know that everybody is having cell phone. It is now cell phone, it is not a cell phone, it is a smart device. Everybody is saying smartphone, right? Smart, it means what? The sense of the phone, sensing of you, and also sensing of the data, right? So you, anything if you want, you can search your mobile phone. So you don't have your, so a lot of guys are not remembering of his father and mother phone number, sister and brother phone number. They're everything, they are addicted in the cell phone. So everything is stored in the cell phone. So if you want anything, definitely open your cell phone, and then you can go and list out your numbers, who are the friends, then you can open and then you can call the people. So we are not remembering. What happens, this particular handheld device, it attaches with you for wherever you go, that following you. So that is what actually, if the technology so follows you, if you go everywhere, so the technology also follows you with kind of the small device with us. So as the device also having a different configuration we are using. So somebody is liking for mobile camera, somebody is liking for a configuration, somebody is liking for photographs. So based on that, they are going for the branding of smartphones, they are taking it. And another way we have to think for the smartphones, so we have everything in our pocket, right? So if you want anything, you can open, then you can just search in the Google Chrome, and then we can check it whatever we want, then we can surf, and then we can get it. So if you want to go any place, the Google map is there, so you can go and search it, and then you can go this place to that particular place, you can drive successfully. So everything, if you feel, everything is available in this particular handheld devices. So first thing we can understand that everybody knows we have a lot of input we are given to the smartphones, right? We have a social media network, and we have a lot of applications we install in the mobile app in mobile phones, and how the mobile phone act as a smart. So we have to first think of it. So mobile phone act as a smart is attached with the sensors. The sensors will be sensing you, so what you have to do, and then the sensors will understanding you what kind of persons you are, and the sensor will integrating you all the applications of the mobile phone. So then the mobile phone is taking all your interest, what you are searching in the Google Chrome, and how much time you are interacting with the mobile apps. So all the things will be taking into that account of you and the user preferences. So nowadays we're talking about a business, user preferences is most important. Everybody knows without user preference, we are not gathering our businesses in next level of success. So we can understand the interest of the people, so what they are interesting. So I can start a business, I can know that, you know that. So previously 10 years before the Geo started, they are given 1 GB free of data for everybody. So 500 rupees for the cell phone you can go and purchase, and then you can use for the mobile is free and internet is free. So everybody wants to move Geo without another network. So they are using other networks in Aircel or Airtel. Now they want to be using Geo that time, because of they are given as a free of cost, and they are given as a data, right? Why actually this revolution has happened? So once they started giving completely internet based world, so everybody is accessing for the internet. You know that India is most addicted, one of the city in that internet way of all the people. Without internet is not possible, they have always an online only, in any way of connecting with social media or connecting with any other devices, right? So Normally we can understand this revolutionary happens to everybody is using connected to the internet to the devices. So device is nothing but your laptop or your cell phone or whichever devices you are having already, that in home itself you can talk about a fridge and then talk about washing machine, you can talk on any machines, TV and whatever appliances you have in the home. So all are connected to the internet nowadays. So previous scenario you can understand, now scenario how it is revolutionary happens. So the internet coming into the picture, so technology is driven is completely, it is changing today. So technology driven, it means what actually in earlier days we can use like bicycles, we can use mechanical devices like a scooter and motorcycle, and car also is a mechanical device. Nowadays the scenario is completely changed. So car is attached to the more number of sensors. Car is monitored by the different mobile applications. So each and every part we are monitoring it. So each vendor of who are the manufacturing of this particular car company, they are moving into the data analytics plus manufacturing company. So in nowadays everything is completely, it is towards to the technology driven world. So this happens, right? So after that smartphones is increasing the technological world, everybody is going inside the smartphone, they are working anything. If you want to learn also, if you learn the practical thing, or if you learn that any content, if you want to know, then you can already available. So you can open Google or you can YouTube videos, if it's available for this particular topic, then we can search it of it. So this is what everybody is nowadays is navigating for this, how to find the particular solution for the problem using internet. So that based that IoT based content will be developed and IoT based devices will be developed. So each and everything it is developed through this revolutionary world, through the internet is increasing the demand in the market. So you are the person is not a human person, you now connected to any device, all are connected to the devices. So if you are connecting to your mobile phone, or if you through mobile phone you can connect to your TV, or through mobile phone you can connect to any device or accessing any device, or a huge number of devices is connected, and then the devices will working for you, the devices will think for you, and the devices will understand for you. That is the way the technology driven it is today. How it is possible, how the device will be listening you, how the device will be thinking of you, how the device will be understanding of you. So this is required the data about your interest, about your preferences. So all are, it is most important. So you can take all the informations from that each and everybody, and then taking in a place and do some analytics, and then the machines will understand what whom the persons, how to build one particular model for this particular group of the people, and then the machine will predict and the machine will react for you. So this is what happening for today in all the applications. That applications we are saying is we can saying is the application is intelligent application. So we all the humans are normally intelligent. So we have a brain and we have thinking power, we have store all the facts in inside, then we can make rules of the facts, and then we can say some reasoning of what actually we understanding of that. So based on that we are giving some solutions. So that is a human does. How the machines will does, we can fleet all the facts of existing facts, and then we can make a number of rules of the facts, and then we can ask questions to the machine will understand the logic of the question, and then machine will be checking for the fact, and machine will be logically connecting and or so what is the information is required from the facts can getting, and then machine will be giving the proper output, proper the decision. So what actually it is there. So now that is what actually in starting inauguration itself. So we understand the concept, the machine now act as an intelligent, the machine will think, the machine will react as human does. So that is what actually all people we are talking together. So AI, artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence is a now is a booming domain for everywhere in industry revolutionary. So everywhere the artificial intelligence is used for it. How the artificial intelligence is used for all applications, why it is required, why it is required today, each and everything. So you can say that you can talk about Google or Facebook or any social media, Twitter platforms, they used artificial intelligence we talked about. Because why the people is required artificial intelligence is 1950s technology. So started that itself for the world in 1950. So now everybody is talking last 5 years before that artificial intelligence in all curriculum is being fit in the fifth semester one subject are fitting into the elective paper. So now it is started, it's time to started artificial intelligence. It is a separate specialization course in all over in India. So in all over world also, they started a specialization courses like artificial intelligence and machine learning and data science, because this particular courses will give complete solution for all other industries people. If you take mechanical, if you take electrical, if you take computer people, you can take any industry like material science. If you take any industry, it is aviation industry, or if you take corrosion industry, oil and gas, any application industries, they are using this technology. They can say as a industry 4.0 applications, right? So each and every applications is required this particular technology. So then only the application is act as an intelligent. So that is what actually the artificial intelligence is giving a more impact to understand to all young minds of students in India, to understand that how this technology is evolving and the curriculum insights, and then how the technology will be giving more important, and how do you develop applications through artificial intelligence way. So this is the eye-opening workshop for artificial intelligence for you all people. So we are given more insights of AI. So you can understand where, when, how the advancement of technologies the people are using now. And another one thing, before I'm going for my presentation, I want to say one thing. So artificial intelligence is more looking on that we need proper mathematical experts. What you are studying in 9th and 10th, 11th and 12th standard. So this 4 years, definitely what you studied in mathematics, the same mathematics we applied in our subjects, in artificial intelligence subjects like in machine learning and deep learning. So all of you understand that whatever we are studying in school, and then nowadays we started artificial intelligence in school student itself. They started Python programming in school student itself. So they want to learn programming as well as how artificial intelligence will work everywhere. So if talking about in starting in a lecture, so where we are applying the intelligence, everywhere we are applying the intelligence, that intelligence will make you great impact, right? So now I'm moving into my presentation. So wait for 30 seconds. Once the presentation is ready, then we will start AI4U insights of it. Presentation is visible.
Yes, it's visible.
Yeah. Audible?
Yes, it's audible.
Yeah. So we talked about a basic intro of artificial intelligence now. So this is what actually I'm saying. So completely, if you want anything, you can take your smartphone and you can see your smartphone, and then you can check your knowledge. So what you want, you can surf, and then you can get your knowledge. So if you want to read any news, you can go with your smartphone. And if you want to do any messages, if you want to check with your financial fund transfer, everything, so you have to install the mobile applications nowadays. So in all application products and business, they developed this kind of mobile applications that are through the mobile applications, the customer will be interacting to that particular needs. So this is what actually I initially says, knowledge in our packet. This is the most important thing. So once why we need this particular artificial intelligence today. So that is what actually it is required. We can understand very clearly the data is huge now. So wherever you can go and you can surf in the internet, you can see the rapid of growing of data, it is very fast. So like we know that how much data it is growing. So we talked about like we can check in Facebook, or we can check how many text and how much photographs are uploaded, and how much videos are uploaded. So we need that. So a lot of statistics is there. We can go and check in. We have to show in every presentation the people are saying. So this million of videos are uploading. This much of text actually is we are using. So you can understand that how much text, how it is happens. For example, if in this class is 1 hour class, right? If you take 1 hour class, I'm taking you for giving you insights of AI. So, or if you assume that everybody is having smartphone with Twitter account, all right? So he can create a hashtag for artificial intelligence insight AI for you. Through the hashtag, you can post some messages. For example, you assume that 100 people attending this particular session, out of 100 people, so I can ask you one question. You can understand the session by one hour. You can say some keywords of artificial intelligence, what you understand. Based on the keyword, you can put in the message in the hashtag. So everybody is putting, one guy is putting artificial intelligence, one guy putting machine learning, one guy is putting data visualization. So the different keywords you are putting, and then after the session, 1 hour it is over, you can see that how much text we can receive in that hashtag. We can check it that, for example, you assume that 100 MB or 200 MB text generated within 1 hour for this kind of 100 students, they are giving for the text values. So what we can understand here, within 1 hour, so we are creating on hashtag in Twitter, we are providing some information, small text. We are understanding what we understand inferred from this particular session. We can post it here, and then everybody is getting that text will volume. It is increasing. It is 100 MB to 100 MB. Now you can understand that you can like the same scenario. You can applicable for the Facebook. You can applicable for the WhatsApp. You can applicable for any messengers. We can use for the text, right? So how much in the world, all people are millions of people are interacting through the text. So how much text will be generated? So if you have the Twitter, if anybody is having the millions of followers of Twitters, person is putting a single tweet, it will be sitting in the millions of tweets, person account. So inbox. So what actually happened, that how much text will be generated? So this is, I'm giving an example. So if you're posting photographs, if you're posting videos, you can understand that. In another one way, all of you know that childhood itself, now it is YouTube, it is very famous now. Anything it is required, you can go on YouTube. Nowadays, everybody is started a channel. They can upload the YouTube videos, they are showing his channels, and then every hour, then they are given some constraints. This much of video hours, this much of things it's required for making a channel, for making money. So all people wants to make own channel. They want to post their own idea, knowledge into the channel itself now. How much data will be generated, video content? So how it is manageable for this kind of video content in YouTube, and also how much video text we are going to manageable? It is very difficult today days. So how the technology, it is a old traditional one, we can use that, then how it is going to follow this kind of huge amount of data gathered together, then how do you follow this kind, how do you implement this one particular background, and then we can store, and then we can getting insight of the data. It is very difficult. So that kind of thing, what information we are getting. So huge amount of text will be coming in the Twitter. You can assume that any racism happens for the text, we can understand for sentiment of all the text. So how can we understand? We can build a model, we can store all the text, and then we can text mining. We can, so what are the text, and what we can check each and every word. It is particularly point out any particular racism or any religion aspects. So each and everything we have to check, and then we have to check, and then we can understand that model. The model will be giving you this kind of text. Actually it is given terrorism oriented, or this kind of text actually it is they are given for racism kind of thing, a religional point of view. So easily we can understand that. So how the technology will do, data is huge, Now it's required some technology to find out the insights of the data. So now it is big data analytics also it happens, and then we need intelligence here. So we can understand that one technology it is suitable for you, understand getting the proper insights of the data. That is nothing but it is an artificial intelligence will help you with that. So first machine will understand the data and machine will store the data, and then machine will machine will analyze the data, and the machine will giving the great decisions to you all people. So that is what actually nowadays all applications are working in under machine learning conditions, right? So now we can understand what is AI. AI is a simulation of human intelligence in machines that are programmed to think like humans and mimic their actions. So that is what we are understanding throughout the session by 9:30 itself. It is like human intelligence in machines that are programmed to think like humans and mimic their actions. Okay, if I want to write a program, all of you know and already learned Python and C programming little bit in school years. So you understand that. So if you're writing any program, you are given input to the program is executed through your computer. Computer is made of machines. You can understand that you can use some software in C, C++, Turbo C, or any code blocks. You can use that. You can execute that. The output of the program, it will come out. Right? Through the output, what we understand, we are what you are given and output is we are getting. So we are taking data and the output, we are given input to the program. The program will learn what is the data, what is an output of existing one. So program will build one model, the program will react. So that particular built model is like as a human, a simple human, right? The human will understand this. So if, for example, the machine is not understanding anything, it is a human, it's an electrical device. So it is stored only zeros and ones. I can use some softwares. I can train that softwares to my data, and then the software will think and sense of my data, and the software will react to me. So how it is possible without human intervention in the particular software? It is reacting to me like it's a human intelligence. Yes, that is the way we are going to learn this particular idea, and then we are learning how the machine will be making us an intelligence, how we are going to make machines as an intelligent, how we have to program, and explicitly without programming. So how the machines will be working, reacting to the humans. So this is the main idea of artificial intelligence, main definition of artificial intelligence. And what are the goals we can understand? So first, we can understand artificial intelligence from the human itself. So we can understand the intelligence through the learning. What we are learning, then we can understand that. So once you learn something, for example, you are in 11th and 12th students, definitely one particular year you are learning physics, chemistry, mathematics, and social science subjects. Once you learned, we have to test. So you are not learning 100%. So you are not learned about complete books what you are studied, then top to A to Z you are not learned. So you know concepts, you know understanding of the subjects very well, but we need to test you. So we can conduct examinations, and then we can test for the people. So through the test we can understand that how you trained through the learning part. Each and everybody, it is a different learning strategy is there because of their intelligence own cognitive level of the students. So each and everybody, it is not having the same knowledge. Each and everybody is having different understanding of that particular learnings. Then if you learn something, then how do you representation of the learning? You can make learning into some kind of facts and rules. How do you represent? That is a logics. How do you represent? It is kind of logics. So what kind of logics we can use, and then we can store our learning part, and then you can represent in the logics way, and then you can understand the why I can use this kind of logics, and then I can say some kind of reasoning. So nowadays you can search that reasoning, it is most important thing. First we can learn and we can represent, and then we can go for the learning part. Knowledge representation is the most important artificial intelligence way, and we can go for the reasoning part. And what we see in the environment, perception. So perception also most important. So we can see the environment, we can act upon then reacting to the environment. How we are going to percepting the environment, how we are going to react. That is most important. Here the robotics it will come, and then if you are interacting to the environment like as a human, it is required of natural language processing. It is most important. So we can talk through NLP. So which particular language you can interact with the people. So this all are the perceptions it will come, right? So we have know that, so we are the people, we know some kind of rules in our brain we already stored. If anything it is fire happen in the building, we can go and see the fire, and then we are not statically stay there in the place itself. So we can think of that, how to off the fire and how to react to this particular environment. So this all our brain it will thinking automatically. If you want to go one place to other place, so you have a amount in 100 rupees in your pocket, it will be bus charge, it will be 120 rupees. You can take another route, you can spend only 70 rupees, and then we can automatically we have to check with another route, because of our mind heuristic will tell this particular way it is a better one. So that is what actually in like as a human we can train our machines. The machines will learn. It is very important. Different type of learnings is there. We can study in this particular complete course of artificial intelligence. So how do you learn from the machine? So how do you train the machine? Through supervised learning and unsupervised learning and reinforcement learning and representation learning and active learning. So how we can give this kind of learnings to the machine, how the machines will understand the representation of what we are given the data, and we can make a decisions. That is a reasoning part. If you go with, you can build one machine like as a robots, the machine will think and machine will move and the machine will react. So this kind of thing, we need a lot of perception is required. Vacuum cleaner is the best example. We can understand clearly for the environment. The vacuum cleaner, it is moving the surface of land, so it will be checking for any dust is there, it will be sucking the dust. So this is very simple example, but the vacuum cleaner we can ask for, this is an intelligent machine, we can ask. So vacuum cleaner is an intelligent machine, definitely we can say it is not an intelligent. So how can the vacuum cleaner automatically it is sucking the dust? How can we have to program that, how how the machine will intelligent, right? And then you can use TV is nowadays is like a computer, like, so already installed an Android operating system, and you can use TV, and then use through your mobile you can control your TV, and then through TV it is installed with an internet, so you can search whatever you want. Then you can see all the industry vendors. For example, if you want to go with an Prime Video, Netflix, so this thing, it is previously available in the internet websites. So now then mobile, now it is automatically is upgrading into the TV. It is OS oriented operating system, so we can easily interact. And you are taking your washing machine. So washing machine, it is like it is in you can control through your mobile phone. It is possible now, right? Washing machine, it is not old generation machines. Washing machine, it is not a new generation of machines nowadays interacting to the people. So automatic, so now you know that you can automatic washing machines are available. So you can go within previous 5 to 6 years how the washing machines are there in those days, and then how the washing machines are available in these particular days. So we can understanding about the technological advance of this machine itself, and TV also. So all gadgets what we are using, then now it is completely changed in kind of a different environment, right? So in AI based operating system, they are used in Google Chrome. So then what is the meaning of what you are searching? Then you can understand what person you are, then based on what you required. So everything will be noted down. So this is what actually we'll understand, that if you go for artificial intelligence subject, and you can learn how to solve the real world problems and how to find the problem solution of the problem using problem solving techniques, as well as knowledge representation, reasoning part, and decision making part. This all parts we can say it is in talks of artificial intelligence. So we need to understand how to solve the problem, right? How to solve the problem. One problem has many solutions, we know that. So how to solve that? So traditionally how to solve that, and how we are going to solve the problem using some heuristically how to solve the problem. So we can put some strategy, we can easily solve the problem, and we cannot. So then we are putting some clues and ideas and applying some problem solving solutions, then we can solve the problem. So both are different. Each problem have multiple solutions. which particular out of which particular solution it is giving useful information. So then how you navigate the problem, how you find the solution of the problem, how do you find the reaching the goal of the problem. So we can understand to solve typical problems using 8 puzzle problem, tic-tac-toe problem. Already you played in mobile, right? How do you represent tic-tac-toe problem? How many states will be there? What is the possibility of the players getting win and lose? And another way, you can already all the people knows that how to play chess. So that is also, you know, that the previously deep drive deep blue is Kasparov. So the earlier cases they beaten in that chess player. So that how the machine will understand completely the playing game of chess 8 into 80 64 cells. So here reinforcement it is most important, how the players are playing. Then based on that each and every movement the machine will taking it the learning portion, and then the machine will testing out that each and every testing the machine will be understanding in the experience. Through the experience machine will be building the system very strong through the experience. For example, if recently one student joined in the institute of any one university, and out of 4 years the students learn a lot of things, the lot of maturity is there. What is the duration of these 4 years? The student will be learned a lot. So how do you understand their problem? Then how do you solve the problem? How do you understand the knowledge? How do you represent the knowledge? What are the decision making you done in the 4 years? Then you can understand this one. And first of all, I'll show some of the examples. Presentation is visible?
Yes, sir.
So you can understand that the basic scenarios, how the industry will be changed over to the adapting of technologies in like an artificial intelligence. So you can see here, so Apple supplier fast scan replaces 60,000 workers with robots at China factory. So it is $5 per day. So they are using for the daily wages of the workers. Now we can replace into that particular technology. It is not a way of replacing humans. The technology is coming and driven, give you in the way of solution for us. We are doing some kind of jobs. And you can shipping logistics. It is completely automated vehicles, machines, it moving towards ship and then source and destination portions. And also we can understand that this is also the policeman. It is making us like as one robot. It is cheetah robot, runs 28.3 miles per hour, a bit faster than Ocean Bolt. So you can understand that how the human, the thief will be caught it very easily for this kind of robots. And we can check the security guard. So now it's automatic. You can know that if you're going any mall, automatic parking lotting system also available. So you can go automatically detecting the object. It will be open the gate and then you can get a sleep and then you can go and park. Parking also you can navigate then which particular place you are going to park, and everything it is completely it is automated. And which robot builder construct house in 2 days. So you know that, so it is very difficult to build a house nowadays. Now we can invest a lot of money and the manpower it is required. So now they're converting into that intelligent of how the humans will do the same thing, the machines will build the constructing house in 2 days. This completely it is advancement of technology. Now you can see a pizza delivering guy as well as robotics bot makes nearly 2000 different types of meals in the kitchen. So robotics is cooking. Robots also, we can design, this is not a robot, we can design a machine at the particular machine it is suitable for which application. What human is this? Whatever we are talking about in artificial intelligence, human does what human will does. So the same thing we can make, how the human will do that. Same kind of thing we can make machines as an intelligent machines. They make the machines will learn how to cook a meals, each and every different type of meals. Then machine will understand and store the knowledge base, create it, and then based on that the machine will do that for different kind of dishes. And you know that everybody knows that self-driverless car is started by a lot of companies nowadays. Wait a minute. Sorry for that. So driverless car. So Uber starts self-driving car pickups in Pittsburgh. So you not only for Uber, so all Ola, all companies they are started a driverless car, and then why it is required driverless car, then how autonomous vehicles we can develop, right? And then we can understand that now the scenario, if you go any metropolitan cities or Olas are available and Ubers are available, so they have to they have a lot of business strategies and plans to place the business value increasing will of the profit. So how Ola it is thinking to build on prediction model, the churn model of the customer, it is not going out of it. So if I'm the Ola user, I'm every time using Ola app, but I'm not dissatisfaction, I'm driving lots 3 or 4 rides of Ola, then I can immediately come out of the Ola and then I can use for come out of Ola, I can use Uber. So then I can, so the customer churn prediction also I can build a model. So I'm saying an example. Each and everything we have to do understanding and analyzing of data. That is the most important thing nowadays in all industry who are making for driverless cars and trucks and musician. So all genre of musics we can compile together and make a new music. The machine will compose together itself without human interaction, right? So machine will understand what rhythm of music, that is a sad or happiness or different rhythms. The machine will say, understand and build a system. The machine will compose the music. If you want a melody or classical, what you want, then rap and jazz, what you, if you feel, then the machine will do this particular musician oriented thing. And audio we can make, and this is a very important, everybody knows Amazon Alexa, right? So Alexa is a device, right, interacting with the people. So you can speak to Alexa, right? You are speaking, it is a voice. So voice is interpretation is required. Voice data, it is interpreted into the text data, converted into the text intent. The Alexa will check the Amazon stores, what you are talking about. So that if asking any song to play, Alexa will check. First, you can configure Alexa on your device, and then Alexa will configure. Then Alexa will welcome you. Then you can talk to Alexa. The Alexa will check for the Amazon stores. It is available in the particular song. Automatically, it is playing. You can interacting with. Then you can Alexa and your switchboard also interacting with. You can stop in fan. You can stop lights. You can use Alexa. So that is kind of product. So that if you're developing a product, you cannot apply the complete artificial intelligence way. We can say that strong AI products and weaker AI products. So we can say that in super magic of products we can develop through AI. So completely human test, it's a robot. So we are not going to make nowadays. We can, everybody is not going to see about robo. We can develop and build robo. So how do you develop and build robo? First, we can understand these things simply. So school itself, you all knows that how to build a simple robotic condition. So automatic car, and then you can do some simple programming in PCB. Then the code you have to generate through the code. The navigation is happened. Then the small simple cars will be moving around that. So this is also happens to build a simple system. So what I'm saying in here, we can understand to build this kind of intelligent machine. We can build on store. We can talk to them, and the machine will talk to the store, or machine will talk to any other devices. So this is what we can started here. Simple devices. If you want this available in the market, Sri also available in the Apple market. It is available. So you can purchase. You can use these particular products, right? So how it is, the product itself will thinking, the product will be react to the customer. You can interact with the product. The product is not a human. Product is an electrical machines, electrical devices. So but you can put a charge for the product through the battery. The product will work. So how the product will be an intelligent, how the product will be listening to you. So that is what you can learn completely through this particular artificial intelligence way. If you develop any application, that application now, previously I mentioned, the application will sense and think, and the application will react. And you can see robots that teach each other. So one by one robot, it is teaching each other themselves. And also in tailoring also, robotics, if you learn how to tailoring and the pant and shirt, each and everything the robot will be doing that. And you can understand robot, it is like as a lawyer. So in replacing of the physical person, the robot will learn complete laws and then reacting to that. AI lawyer laws been hired by the first official law firm. So a lot of news. And you, Sophia, my student actually discussed in the session before that. So all are actually they created the robot is super computer, like a machine, surpass the humans. So if you're seeing this products, that products will interacting to the humans, can speech or text in the way the product will be react. That is a weak perception of artificial intelligence, we can say. And another one interesting things you can see here. So normally you all are definitely searching internet. So through that searching of internet process, what we are understanding, if you are posting any one picture you are taking in your camera, that picture automatically stored in the photo section. Then it will be storing in that drive, right? So already you have account, you are taking one photo, the photo is stored in the photos section in your mobile phone, then automatically stored in the drive. You can immediately the Google understand that which particular place the photo is taken, who are the persons around you, and who are the objects around you. It is automatically, it is little bit detected. This is the particular, for example, you can see this picture, a little girl sitting on the bench holding an umbrella, right? So who is sitting girl, where is sitting bench, and then which one holding is umbrella. So this thing easily we can find out from that. So now normally if captcha, so nowadays you can go and type your username password, then captcha will coming showing 4 or 5 pictures. You can choose a mountains or choose a traffic lights, right? So if you choose 4 traffic lights in the snapshot of pictures, you can click it, then you can okay, then verify it. How it is possible that if you are choosing the proper street lights and then proper mountains only. So this all are actually, it is working for image compression techniques in backend, and then using deep learning models and the CNN and conventional neural network. Also we can use RNN methods. We can understanding of this particular knowledge through these pictures. You can see all the pictures are given some informations regarding that. The one picture is showing a little girl sitting in the bench, another picture is hardship, and then third picture a yellow plate taped with meat and broccoli, and then the zebra standing next to zebra in the dead field. So the same thing. So visual answers, we can see, we can take a photograph, and then we can say what is a photograph is looking like. We can understand the visual answering for this question. For example, in nowadays and modern days, in artificial intelligence using for making a questions from the paragraphs itself. So we can give a bulk of paragraphs. The system will read the paragraphs and understand the paragraph very clearly, and then making of MCQ questions, multiple choice questions among the paragraph. So that is also, it is making by that nowadays the machine is does. And computer vision, we applied for different of, so normally we can take for the healthcare applications, though we can use for autonomous vehicles wherever it is required, the vision is required. So you can take clearly the photographs and then image processing, you can do that, and all image processing we can extract the information from that, and then we can find out that the proper insight what we are looking for. And computer vision we can use for the radiology. And test classification, you can current research question answering with pointers and attention. So this is also, it is doing a lot of research. We can have a proper paragraphs of 2 or 3 sentences which are the particular concept. Based on that we can make a visual questioning. So through the multiple choice questioning or descriptive based questioning we can make through this particular thing. And we can understand AI is a tool, and then if you develop any application, right, a simple application we can develop to interacting with your device and your computer. If you develop one simple application, right, so that application is required acting as a smart, it is artificial intelligence layer touch, it is most important. That way we have to create our intelligence. So the applications traditionally you can create the application which doesn't have any knowledge or intelligence, the application will do. So we can make that application is very intelligent way. The application will think and react. That is what actually it is doing, right? So anything it is happens, or any attacks are happen, or anything it has happened, then we can analyze that for understanding of each and every attacks are happened last 5 years or 6 years. Then we can apply some intelligence every field. So you can take any field, so we can apply proper intelligence, then only we can getting the data. So that is what I'm saying, intelligence is very important to understand the very best way. So nowadays wherever the required, then we can apply intelligence, we are getting the proper data. And these are the things I noticed down. So this is artificial narrow intelligence, is also known as a weak AI, involves applying AI only to a specific task. So we can talk to Alexa, you can book on Ola. So you can talk to Alexa, you can book a ticket. So it's a specific task, you can limitation is there in the product. In, for example, in the product will only whichever stored in the Amazon stores, based on the stores only the product will listen. So very limitation is there, we developing application for the particular electronic device. That is we can say as a narrow intelligence. And if you say artificial general intelligence, also known as a strong AI, involves machine that possesses the ability to perform any intellectual task. That is most important. So ability to perform any intellectual task that human being do. Human beings, two players, they can play chess, but one player is human, another player is a machine. So machine, how to understand that particular playing ground of this particular chess game. So machine will understand each and every move of each and every coin and roots and everything machine will learn. Then the machine will play with the human. So like we know that nowadays we are playing any simple game also, easy, hard and medium. It is there. Each stage we can play in the game. So if you go for easy stage, you can easily manage with the machines. Then machines will be understanding to that which particular is easy, but which particular is medium and hard. So based on that, machine will be reacting for this. Strong, that is particular thing we can say as a strong AI. So involves machine that possesses the ability to perform any intellectual task. And artificial super intelligence, that is what I'm saying, that intelligence is surpassing the humans, like us robots will do that. And we have to say a lot of applications also, in a lot of healthcare applications, in medical diagnosis. So use IBM company, use a Watson technology for medical diagnosis. We can store all data, and then the Watson computer will be asking you the decision making of that diagnosis of medical diseases. And we can review scanning of all images. It is very difficult at a stretch in traditionally we can do. So here we can use JP Morgan Chase contract intelligence for platform, uses AI and machine learning and image recognition software to analyze legal documents. And Twitter, that is what I'm saying previously. Twitter is using AI to identify hate speech and terroristic languages in tweets. So how do you understand? Million of tweets or billion of tweets are Every day it is coming, every second it is a million of tweets it's coming. How to store the tweets and analyze the tweets, and we can say this is that terroristic language they're using, hate speech they're using that. So this community of people, it is reacting for that particular tweet, then it will be the problems that happen, then everybody is retweeting, it is happening going. And so how much of storage of tweets will be happen? For example, we can check in India Pakistan match in 2020. So that time everybody is putting their tweet and text amount, each and everybody one by one. So we can see all the tweets. Million of people are actually watching that particular cricket match, and then everybody is liking one particular player. They're putting different tweets. Then how much data will be generated? So then the company of Twitter, it is understanding of text what they are giving. Then they are providing some statistics, and then they are coming with some kind of prediction model. So the most wanted player for this match, this is the player. Because of most players wanted, then they're tagging the player name in the tweet. So this is also how it has happened. Previously, I mentioned, regarding that huge amount of data it is coming. Then we can properly store and properly train, and then we are getting insight from the data. So we are getting proper insight. That insight will be improving of the business accounts. So that is what actually each and every sector is. Twitter is a different kind of business, and also different companies are doing different kind of using that artificial intelligence layer. And spam filtering, this is easily we can, all people will understand. You know that all of you have a Gmail ID. Inbox is there, so any mail is coming to you, it will be sitting in the inbox, and you can see one by one spam one folder is there. What is mean by spam? So unwanted emails are, the emails are coming not relevant to you, then the unnecessary email tags, it will coming the subject, different subjects, that we can already one system will be there. Any email is coming to your computer, the POP server and IMAP server, it will be, instead of checking this particular email, so it will be in spam, or this you can put in the stamp of the email, you can go this particular spam, you can go for the inbox. Sometimes what happens, some mails are automatically go and sitting in the spam, we didn't notice it, so we can go on spam and click it and unspam. That is also possible. So if the models, it will be built based on that completely AI based classification they are using in the spam filtering technique. And wherever we are applying for this future scope of an artificial intelligence, so we can use cybersecurity and face recognition for all phones, and data analysis and transport, and robotic process automation, emotion bots, and marketing and advertisement like Flipkart and Amazon. So a lot of e-commerce companies, they are using completely artificial intelligence based in expert system and recommendation system using for the customer identification. These all are the future scopes identified by the using this particular domain on artificial intelligence. So wait a minute, I'll presentation is visible.
Yes, sir, visible.
Oh, yes, sir.
It's changing.
Yes, sir, it's changing.
I'm not able to see.
No, sir, the slides are not changing, but you're clicking them.
Now it is okay.
Yes, sir, it's changing now.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So this is what actually we have seen the smart kitchen. This is all on industry automation. It is like smart systems. So we can see all the industry, automobile, vehicle assembly, and vacuum painting, chocolate factory, toothbrush industry, mobile assembly, tie manufacturing, food industries. So land deduction, map navigation, lot of applications from the industry automation. So now that is what actually everywhere we can say that now it is applied artificial intelligence technique. If you take in mechanical field, you can apply definitely AI, and the cars are navigating the path, right, using radars. So and the edge analytics also we are talking about. So nearby edge data is also there. You can go the car nearby the edge data, then edge data will be interacting to the car. All are technologies. So nowadays, and you can see here in automation industry, the assembling of car, it is not done by the human. It is taking care by the autonomous machines. So automatically assembling the car, right? In chocolate factory, in each and everything we are using that this automation. The machine will learn what human does. Based on that, machine will do for the particular activity. And this is what I'm saying. Some interesting problems you can use for deep learning techniques. Why they can used in deep learning, and we can understand very clearly about that captures. This all are used in that. In artificial intelligence, in gaming also, they use in AI. So how to build a system that would provide responsive and adaptive video game experiences, and smart analytics, deep enforcement learning for games they can use, and the awards and rewards they are given. That reinforcement, it is normally it is getting an awards and rewards, right? So if you are training a system with using reinforcement, so if you play any game, for example, I'm telling you, if you're playing any game, somebody shooted you, automatically lifetime it is reduced. You are escaping from the shooting, and then you can shoot at the enemy, then you can lifetime will be increased. So this is a reward point. So what action you perform, and then what your reward point you are getting out. The same thing you can design any application any robotic way, and then robot will see the environment, understanding the environment, and react, and then think. And that is based on the reward points will be increasing. Based on the reward points, we can update the system very properly, and we are making their experience of the particular robot, then we can decide it. And artificial intelligence in NLP, natural language processing, how to build a system that understand multiple languages, right? So how the machine will understand. For example, I'm talking how many languages, sir, I can speak Tamil, I can speak English or Hindi. Sir, I can speak only Hindi, I can speak only English, I can speak only Tamil, I don't know Hindi and English. So different people are there. How many languages, how we machines will speak, how the machines will understand the language, natural language in Hindi or Tamil and English and Telugu. So we can feed this NLP knowledge to the machine. The machine will think, and then machine will understand the knowledge, perspective, and semantics. The machine will speak, right? How do you deep understanding of the text? For what I'm saying, how are you? How do you understand the machine? So machine will say, I'm fine. So how are you? It is understandable by the machine. It is how we are educating the machine through natural processing techniques to the machine. The semantic of meaning of English. This all are it coming under NLP. That is artificial intelligence is required to making this machine will speak. And each and every sector, you can take each and every sector beneficiary is there. For example, sectors are given, 5 sectors are given here: agriculture and education and healthcare and energy and security. So out of 5 sectors, you can see we can take only for healthcare, right? You can forget about education, agriculture, and energy and security. So in healthcare, what are the beneficiary? Patients, doctor, and hospitals, and labs and insurance. That is what actually the beneficiaries. So definitely it is required: patients, doctor, and hospitals, and labs and insurance. And we can develop applications for patient or doctor or hospitals and labs or insurance, whatever. So we need to create applications, and we are providing the content of user services from the applications. And through the services from application, we can provide some AI services. What kind of service? We can interact with the application using speech or voice or vision or language, or you can build a knowledge base of the particular application. What kind of services through AI we are providing for this particular domain? So we have to give. And who are the producers? What is required? So all, if you take anyone, speech or vision or language, with particular producers will be getting that applications interacting with the healthcare industry. This all we understand that if we have developed any application in healthcare or education, who are the beneficiary, what are the applications we are going to develop. So I mentioned here application 1 and 2, different applications. So patient monitoring system you can develop, and then doctor and patient in video conference application you can develop. So hostel and doctor and patient application you can develop, and you can develop insurance application through healthcare. So any application you can develop, and which application, what service, and the service how to integrate with an AI association, and then who are the producers. This is the overall picture. We can understand how we are providing for AI services to each and every application. These are the industry. We need to understand very clearly. These are the industry, smart cities, and complex product 3.0. So product 2.0 is Netflix, YouTube. These are the product 2.0. Product 1.0, it is an older versions by which I mentioned that older TV and mechanical device of cars and scooters. This we can say that, right? That is cycles. That are the product 1.0. That is not an intelligent. 2.0, it is an intelligent, interactively to talk with the people. And 3.0 is complex ecosystem. It is ecosystem. It is means what? So in smart cities, it's not like only Bhopal is a smart city. We can connect all over India. It is in a single city. It's called a smart cities. Only is disconnected of one particular city in another particular city we are not talking about. So how much of devices will talking together? All devices will each talking together, and how we are going to make telecom industry, refineries industry, and agriculture, healthcare, all healthcare of in India we connected in a single forum. And this is a complex ecosystem. It is how it is connected to all hospitals. It is a single application. It is very difficult. It's a complex ecosystem. We can maintain, create application, and develop process services. It's very difficult an ecosystem. So that is what the research is going on this particular field. And e-commerce, you know, that everybody is, if anything is want to purchase, they have to purchase through Flipkart and Shopify or Amazon, whichever the e-commerce platforms are available. They can go and search. They can create username password. Through the username password, how much time you are in the website, surfing the website they are taken, then which kind of product you are surfing, and all information they are taken, and they are providing for some upgradation of information you are about you, and then they can build a model for you. Then any new products will come relevant to the product, that automatically email it will come to you. So it's a product for you. It is very cheap price or very accommodative price. Then you can avail of this product. All the emails and business perspective they're thinking and then sending off. So these all are the recommendation systems will built in artificial intelligence way. And you can understand this one. So how do you convert text to speech, and how do you understand emotional recognition in speech, and how do you understand song interpretation? So all you can see. Put on early morning Indigo flight to Delhi next Monday. So I can talk to my phone. My phone is taking that speech into text. That intent it have what actually happened. The intent you can see here. Intent book a flight, and from to which state and which particular airline and what time. So this all are actually stored in the intent. Then the flight timing is booked. So based on the words, such for example, the flight is getting delay, automatically in the timing adjust, then you can inform you that the flight is getting delayed by 1 or 2 hours. You know that, right? You would book the ticket in the airlines also. Anything in the airline service system automatically in build system will inform you 2 hours before you can reach in the airport, and then the system will inform you that any changing of time of the flight, and 1 minute or single second or 2, then 5 minutes or 10 minutes or 1 hour or 2 hours. So they have to inform you properly. They have to build a system very clear. And these are the interpretation is required. You can see here the space interpretation is required. And if you go and sit at a restaurant, you can eat some foods and you can use some kind of language. I can use Hindi, somebody is using some other language, Japanese language. They are given feedback of the particular meal or particular dish. So we can understand, the system will understand this. I also give the grade in a restaurant. Somebody is written in Japanese language or German language. The restaurant is very great. So how do you understand the system? All the languages are saying the same point. How the text embeddings will be happen in the interpretation, and also analysis of that sentiment. I can use 10,000 rupees. I purchased one mobile in Honor. Somebody has purchased 8,000 rupees, but all the facilities are available in that particular mobile which I purchased here, and better quality also in camera. I can check. So what I expect, what sentiment, what people will think. So all are an interpretation of the text data and vision and interpretation of vision. We can see people and gender and location. We can see any picture in the movie. We can understand, the system will understand what particular action, what sentiment, what location, and what gender and what people. what color of the people. So each and everything, the deep content interpretation is happened here. Through this kind of things will be taken from artificial intelligence, and also facial image interpretation, use category, pattern, and color, and neckline shape and sleeve length. All things we can use this one. So this all where we are using medical images and interpretation in remote sensing and explainable AI. So what decision we are making through the system, and the system will explain the model which way we taken it. So this today we can training data to the machine will learn, the machine will do that, and we can ask question, why did you do that, why did something else. So now we can go with that extendable AI. So training data, new machine learning process, and explainable model and interface is that. So if you ask question, the machine will understand why I am taking this particular decision. And these are the applications we have seen it. So each and every applications, right, where we are using that. So in healthcare, where we are using robotics, and every field they are using their application in artificial intelligence way. So I thought actually you are all people are getting very one eye opening of small insights of an artificial intelligence today in my lecture. I hope so. All of you understand something regarding that that is compiled with an artificial intelligence insights. So we all understand that where we can apply and when we can apply, and how upgrade ourselves it is an intelligent way. That machine does this we can call as an artificial way. So that is what the artificial intelligence now will rule for all industries and all educational sectors, and everywhere it is there is must understand technology it is nowadays. Okay, so here I stop my presentation. So thank you for all your patience for listening my presentation. So if you have any specific question, you have ask now.
If anybody has any doubts, you're welcome to clarify them right away. Please take your chance. Okay, seeing as we don't have any doubts, I think we'll go ahead with the session.
Yeah, okay. So thank you so much, sir, for enriching our young learners with such intricate knowledge. We're sure that the discussion has inspired many of our listeners.
Thank you. Thank you for all organizers and student coordinators for this workshop.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir.
Now is the moment you all have been waiting for, and we shall engage ourselves in a fun quiz. The link for participating in the quiz is provided in the chat box, and students are requested to enter their name and their school at the beginning of the quiz. This will help us recognize the winners. Please check the chat box, everybody.
Yeah. I repeat, the link for participating in the quiz is provided in the chat box, and you're requested to enter your name and your school at the beginning of the quiz, as it will help us recognize the winners.
The format of the quiz is simple. You will be provided with a short paragraph, and a quiz will be based on this paragraph. There will be a total of 3 paras in this quiz, and if you have any doubt, please feel free to type them in the chat box. Let's begin with the quiz. You can open your links right now. I repeat, if there are any doubts you need to clarify, please drop them in the chat box.
With 4 minutes more, please buckle up. Quiz is closed, and I hope you will have all responded to the quiz very well. So we are sure that was a fun round of brainstorming, wasn't it? Okay, so let us know your experience about attempting the quiz. We would love to know your experiences. You can drop that in the chat box so that we can read and come to know. Oh, great.
We would also like it if you people could come forward and talk to us about your experience. We would really appreciate that. Okay, that's a good response so far. Sahil Tarafdar, we would like it if you would come forward and speak with us. Sahil, Ashik.
Ashik VK, yeah.
A lot of people who are responding. Please try coming forward and talk with us about the experience. We would love to hear from you as well. Come on, guys, let's make this an interactive session. Please come forward.
The host is not allowing, but please give the access to the unmute. Okay.
Yeah, all the participants you can unmute yourself, right? Check it out.
Rahil, unmute your mic and speak, please.
Option is enabled. You can unmute yourselves.
Participants, you can unmute yourselves. Please come forward. If you are not comfortable speaking, you can at least type it in the chat box and we'll be more than happy to read it out for the other people as well. And you can also keep your doubts coming if you have any. Akshi Saha, we're really happy that this could make your understanding about the field very much more intense. And it was really great having you on board so far. Just stay tuned and we'll get more knowledge for you to imbibe. Ashik PK, it is an immense pleasure to know that this is your passion, and I really hope that you get to experience more and more of this sort. Stay on board, and we'll bring more and more information for you today and tomorrow as well. And you're most welcome, and thank you for being a part of this session with us. It's a pleasure to have you guys. Also, we would like to ask all of you, what brought you the awareness of AI and ML in the first place? I understand we're a very smart generation. We don't need anybody telling us, but what totally inspired you towards this line? Please drop in your message in the chat box. What exactly drew you to this field of AI and ML? Participants, please share your answers in the chat box. It's lovely to see your responses, everybody. True, Sophia was really a source of inspiration for, I think, all of us, right, Ria? It really was a source of inspiration.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that captured almost everybody's attention when Sophia came into the world. It was really marvelous to learn more. Ashik, it's very nice to see that you had a personal interest to learn this. I think most times when we don't understand how it started, that's what takes us to our destination. Adarsh Pandey, it is a real pleasure to know that you loved our session.
Right, that's a great response, Ashik.
Yeah. Actually, I can totally relate to you. Sci-fi movies and all are really intriguing. I completely relate to what you just said. True, the background process is important. We can't just go to a theater and start shouting, what a film, what a film. We need to know what is beyond that also. Sahil, I can relate to you as well. Sci-fi is something that really inspires and intrigues all of us, I feel. It's really cool to have people who could relate with me. Ria, what was your inspiration though?
I guess I also relate with Sahil more because that also, the intricate knowledge that I found from the SCI and Sky things, I like it. So yeah, I feel that is my inspiration too.
Although I'd like to ask one thing, these people whose inspiration is sci-fi movies, which movie actually drew you to this? I think personally mine was Star Wars. Iron Man, I know I can completely relate to that too. Iron Man is a great movie. What about the rest of our team? We'll have Sakalya, Arena. You guys can also pitch in.
For me, it was Jarvis for sure. The first AI I saw.
I think it's cool. Most of Marvel is the main source of inspiration for almost everybody, I feel. Marvel, Star Wars, and all these kind of characters. Okay, this was a great interactive session. We'll have more of this. Argish says Matrix and Wall-E and Gideon and Terminator. True, that is true, Argish. I completely agree to that point as well. Terminator, especially, in Matrix also. All right, that was quite an interactive session, everybody. Your responses have been acknowledged, and it is really amazing to interact with you people. Stranger Things, that's a great choice, Ashik. Now, before we move on, we have a small video clip to have a better understanding of AI. So let's take a look at that. We'll have Rohan playing a video for us. Hold on to your seats for a couple seconds. The video is being played. And I'm sure this is going to be more of an experience to you because you will actually see something using a visual. So should be there.
Sir, can we give the access to Rohan for the video, playing the video?
Yeah, 1 minute. I am making it up.
Yes, sir. Sure.
Rohan. Rohan Chaudhary, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Enabled.
Yes, sir, thank you. Rohan, you can present now.
Hello there everyone. Sophia here. Here I am for you to tell about insights of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is a constellation of many different technologies, working together to enable machines to sense, comprehend, act, and learn with human-like levels of intelligence. AI isn't just one thing. The 21st century has brought a new business perspective that was once dreamed. The corporate world envisions AI as the core factor for the next generation of innovations. The importance and uses of artificial intelligence in businesses are well perceived by modern industry leaders. The government sector is lagging in AI adoption, but the awareness of AI in public sector is increasing. Thank you guys. I hope you got some ideas on insights in artificial intelligence.
Wow, that was such a great video. I guess you all liked it. So I hope you all enjoyed the video and like the animatic representation of what AI is all about. Okay. So moving forward, we have our next session on one of the most primitive and crucial building blocks for starting anything, the roadmap to follow.
I would like to invite Dr. AVR Mayuri ma'am, Senior Assistant Professor, Department of Computing Science and Engineering at VIT Bhopal University, to elucidate the roadmap of AI and ML and provide you guys, our young students, with the needed guidance on how to start and stay on track to go deep into AI and ML. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. So am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Yes. Good afternoon to all students. who have registered for this event. So myself, Dr. Mayuri, Senior Assistant Professor, AI Division, School of Computing Science and Engineering, VIT Bhopal University. So now I'll be sharing my screen in which we will be seeing some essentials of machine learning. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
So let's see about in the previous session. I hope so you have gained a lot of experience in Soundarajan sir's presentation, in which you have learned about what are the basics and what are the applications and what are the trends that we are in now in artificial intelligence. So now let's have some insights of machine learning. So speaking about artificial intelligence, we will be getting some of the terminologies like natural intelligence, machine intelligence. So let us see what is meant by natural intelligence. So natural intelligence is the intelligence that is displayed by the humans and animals for perceiving the environment, for learning, and to take decisions, analyze the results, to perform tasks, and so on. So that what we do in our day-to-day life. And when we speak about machine intelligence, that is nothing but the artificial intelligence, which is demonstrated by the machines, the system or the machine that we are going to make to mimic the human intelligence to perform the task. It also has the capability to improve themselves based on the information that has been collected based on the past behavior. So we can say that artificial intelligence is the study of intelligent agents. Now the next question that comes in our mind is, what is intelligent agent? Any device that is capable of perceiving its environment, able to take actions in order to maximize the chance of achieving the purpose or the goal is called as an intelligent agent. I can tell you an example of intelligent agent. We can take a self-driving car. So the car is capable of sensing its environment with the help of sensors, and it can take decisions, and it can move accordingly to the safest destination without any human intervention or with little human intervention. So self-driving cars becomes an intelligent agent. How humans are intelligent? We are humans. We are able to perceive the environment using the combination of the several cognitive abilities in which we can see, we can hear, we are able to understand the things, we are able to act accordingly, we are able to think, and so on. But when we speak about the human beings, we are not fast in processing. And always there is an impossible war that is happening in between the human intelligence and the artificial intelligence. So as humans, we are able to learn from the past experiences. We are able to adapt to the new situations based on the circumstances. We are able to understand and handle the sensitive issues. We are able to use our knowledge to manipulate the environment, and we are intellect enough to act accordingly. Then what is the war between the human intelligence and the artificial intelligence? Just a second. You can please come up. I'm having the presentation come up. So what is the impossible war that is between the human intelligence and the artificial intelligence? So the answer is how the human intelligence could compete with the artificial intelligence. or how the artificial intelligence could compete with the human intelligence. So I told you that the human intelligence, we are going to utilize our cognitive process, and then we are able to understand the environment and take decisions accordingly. With the help of artificial intelligence, we are going to build a machine that is going to mimic the human behavior, and it is going to perform the actions similar to that of human beings. The human brain is analogous, but the machines are digital. We can learn from the various incidents and the past experiences, and we go in a trial and error basis. We do the things. If there are some mistakes, we go on rectify those things, and we will be coming out with the possible accuracy. But the machines can learn from the data, and we have to train the machine in order to achieve the accuracy. So anyway, the artificial intelligence cannot compete with the human intelligence, because the unique nature of the human intelligence is reasoning. The human beings are having the power of reasoning, whereas the artificial intelligence is getting lack of reasoning power. So we can use this artificial intelligence technique to surpass the human by including the capabilities in the terms of accuracy and in the terms of the speed of processing the data. So here you can just have some look of the domains that come under the artificial intelligence. And here you can also have some look of some subdomains that come under each and every domain. So now we are concentrating on the machine learning, in which you have some subdomains like there are some types of methods like supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and reinforcement learning. And we have some domains like natural language processing, knowledge representation and reasoning, automated planning, intelligent robots, and machine perception. So this is just for you to have a look on the domains of AI and what are the subdomains of the AI. So let's move on to the important thing. What is artificial intelligence and machine learning is? Nowadays, the most popular and hyped terms that we hear is the artificial intelligence and the machine learning. Everyone who are new to these domains are confused, and they are using these terms in an interchangeable way. Both the artificial intelligence and machine learning are based on mathematics, and they have a touch on the statistical inferences, but they are not the same. In order to get into more details of the artificial intelligence and machine learning, so first we will look on artificial intelligence. The ability of a computer or a machine to mimic or imitate the human intelligent behavior and perform human-like tasks. So as already you also know that we are going to build a machine to develop a model which will be acting like the human. We are going to imitate the human intelligent behavior, and we are making that machine to do the task as the human being is going to perform. Some of the applications of the artificial intelligence, you know about the robotics. So it is an autonomous machine. It will be carrying out the computations to make its own decision. It performs the actions in the real world. So normally we know that, can anyone can answer what was the first programmable robot? Actually, the programmable digital robot was invented by in 1954. The name was Unimate. And we know about the personal assistant. Nowadays, in our smartphones, we are having the personal assistant. Like we have the Google Assistant, we have the Amazon Alexa, we have the Siri. There are many chatbots, Google Now, and many other things are there. So which is useful for gathering the information around us, in order to have some reminders for the meetings and appointments, in order to monitor our health. So how many steps we had walked today, and how much of calories we have taken as an intake. So it will also assist some exercises depending on the comfort of the users, and many other things to list out. Moving on to the machine learning. So machine learning is a subset of artificial intelligence. So we are going to study some algorithms that is going to improve automatically through the past experiences of the data and because of the training. So using the machine learning, we can create some models and we are going to train the model using some data. And then we are going to validate the model by providing some test data. And then we are going to see whether how it is going to predict the things, which is called as the machine learning. So machine learning is we are going to build a model and we are going to train the model with some data. And then we are going to test it for its accuracy. So we are going to study some algorithms, which is a subset of artificial intelligence. So here I can give you an example for machine learning, which is product recommendations. So normally you would have seen this in the Amazon. So when we go for buying a product, it will be giving you some recommendations. And based on the recommendations, if we are interested, then we can go for it. So this product recommendation is one of the application of machine learning. And in the previous session, sir has given you a lot of insight regarding the spam filtering in our Gmail account. So when an email comes inside the Gmail server, the mail will be identified as the spam and it will be going to the spam folder. And the important messages will be coming to the inbox and the promotional messages will be going to the promo folder. So here also we use the machine learning for filtering the spam mails and the promotional mails. One thing you have to remember here is all machine learning is artificial intelligence, but not all artificial intelligence is machine learning. There is a lot of sense in these words. Anything you consider a machine learning, it is a subdomain of artificial intelligence. So every machine learning task is an output of artificial intelligence, but not all artificial intelligence will become the machine learning. So in order to solve the task, we require the human intelligence. But when the machine learning is involved, it will be learning from the past data or the historical data, and it will be making the predictions. Coming to the insights of the machine learning, there is some procedure that we have to follow. First, we have to train the machines with the help of some data. So this data is readily available. It can be a historical data, or it is a large amount of data that is available, or we can use some data sets. So from these sort of data, we are going to extract the data, whatever that we require, and we are going to train the machine. When we build the model with the help of the machine learning algorithms, then we can provide some unknown data so that we can validate the model, whether it is giving the correct output or not, whether the prediction is done in a proper way or not. So we have some pre-programmed algorithms in machine learning, and we can use these algorithms for building the model. I can give you an example here. If you consider that we can consider a student is a model, we are going to train the student for the end examinations or for the public examinations with the help of some unit test, mid exams and half-yearly exams, quarterly exams, like that. We are going to train the student, and now the student is well trained to face the final examination. So now when the final examination question paper is given, that is, we are testing the student how he can give the exam. So after completion of the exam, the student able to predict what will be his result, whether he will be getting the A grade or S grade or whatever it may be, he might be able to predict the things. So you can also just compare this example with the machine learning model. And all of you know about the traditional programming. So when we speak about the traditional programming, the user will have to follow some rules and syntaxes and procedures. We have to write the logical programming, and when we give the input then we will be getting the output. We have to take the decision based on the rules and syntaxes and also the input that we are going to give. So always the traditional programming is running around the logical programming. But when we speak about the machine learning, already I told you that we have some historical data and we know what would be the outcome of that historical data. What happened when that data is applied on the model, or what would be the result of that particular data. And based on that, we can just infer our own rules and then we can just apply to the data and then we can just give it to the model and then we can make the decision. So normally your machine learning will be having two phases. One is called as the training phase and the other one is called as the testing phase, or we can call that as an operational phase. So now you can see we have the training data. So from this training data, we are going to extract some features, and with the help of the machine learning algorithm, we are going to create the model. I told you we have some pre-programmed algorithms. We can just use this algorithms for creating the machine learning model. Now, when the features are given and we are training the model now. So any data that is having the similar features, then this model will be able to predict that this data belongs to this particular class or not. And when we move on to the testing phase, when the new data comes, we are going to extract the features or attributes and then we are going to give it to the model. Since the model is trained already in the training phase, now this predictive model will be able to do the prediction, which is the operational phase. Now let's speak about the life cycle of the machine learning. So whatever that we have seen now, it has to follow a life cycle so that the steps will be performed in a proper way. So when a question is given, you have to just analyze the question. You have to just understand what are the data that is required. Based on that, you're going to collect the data and you're going to visualize the data. So what is the need for visualizing the data? Because the data is nothing but which is a raw information. So there might be some missing values, there might be some null values, there might be some unwanted information. So you have to extract only the data that is required for your problem. So you're going to visualize the data and you're going to remove all those unnecessary things. That is called as the visualizing data. That is, we call this step as data pre-processing. We are making the data to become ready. So if the data is ready, then we can apply it to the model. I told you then we have some algorithm. Using that algorithm, you're going to create the model and you're going to train the model with the help of that algorithm. And then you're going to test the model by giving some data and you're going to collect some feedback. This is one of the most important point. When we collect the feedback, then only we are able to understand whether the algorithm is performing in a proper way or not, whether the accuracy is good or not. If we are not satisfiable with the algorithm performance, then we can just go for changing the algorithm or we can just go for improving the algorithm. We can enhance our algorithm to improve our accuracy. We are going to collect the feedback and we are going to refine the algorithm. Till the results are getting satisfied, we can just loop the process like training the algorithm, testing it, collecting the feedback. If we get the satisfiable feedback, then we can come to the model for prediction. If we are not satisfied, again, we can just repeat the process and then we can come for predicting whether that model is doing the proper prediction or not. And this is the overview of how the machine learning model, what are the different stages of machine learning model. First, we have to gather the data. Then we have to prepare the data by cleaning them, which is called as the data pre-processing. Then we are going to go for training the model. And then we go for testing the model. And then we are going to collect the feedback and we are going to improve it if necessary. And this is the detailed overflow of the machine learning model. I told you we are going to collect some data. It can be from a data warehouse, or it can be from any databases or any repositories. You can just collect the data. After you collect the data, you have to prepare the data for feeding to the model. So based on that data, here we are going to divide the data, or we are going to split the data into training data and testing data. Normally here, when we have 100% of data, we take 80% of data for training and the 20% data for testing. So before we deploy, we have to test our model, because after deployment, if you are going to test the model, then we will be in some loss. We will be investing a lot of resources, which is not a good idea. So definitely before deployment, we have to train as well as we have to test. That's why we are going to split the data into two parts, which is training data and testing data. We train the model with the help of training data, and then we can also test the model with the help of testing data. And I told you that you're going to employ some ML algorithm for developing the model, and then you can evaluate the results. Based on the accuracy of the results, you can just go for improvement of the model, or if it is satisfiable, then you can directly come for deployment. And coming to the next one, which is the types of machine learning. We have three types of machine learning. One is called as the supervised learning. The next one is called as the unsupervised learning. And the other one is called as the reinforcement learning. So coming to the supervised learning, the data will be having a lot of information, like it will be having some labels. So we can call some algorithms that comes under regression and classification as supervised learning. And unsupervised learning is the data that comes as a group, which will not have any labels. Then we will be calling those type of techniques as unsupervised learning. And the next one is reinforcement learning. So I have given you already one example. The self-driving cars is also an example. You can just take it for reinforcement learning. The self-driving car came into the existence, and it is using the concept of reinforcement learning. So let's look into this in a deeper sense. As I told you that supervised learning will be having the data will be having some labels. So here I have taken some input data, which is having some label. So these are apples. So the data as well as the labels are given to the model, and it is trained. So any data that is given with the same features of data. So what would be the feature of the apple? So it would be in red color, or it would be in green color. It is a fruit, and it will be of a diameter 3 centimeter, like that. So that features are extracted. And when a new data comes for prediction, the model will be able to predict that it is an apple. Okay, so this prediction is possible only because of the data and its label. So this is called as the supervised learning. And when we move on to the next one, which is unsupervised learning. So here you can see some group of data in which you are having some collection of fruits, and we are just training the model. And now the model is able to form some groups, or form some clusters, or some classes. Like it can extract the features of the data, and based on that features, it can form into clusters. So apple is made as one cluster, plums are made as one cluster, and banana is made of one cluster. They have their different qualities. So based on that, different features are there. So based on that, they are formed as clusters. But here we didn't give any information. What is the data? What type of data that I'm going to give? But the model is trained in such a way that they are able to form some clusters. That is called as the unsupervised learning. So here I can give you one example over here. So here in supervised learning, I have some two set of data. one set of data is circle and the other set of data is some cross mark. So any data that comes inside, now we are able to identify whether it belongs to the circle or whether it belongs to the cross. So based on the type of data that is going to enter, we can just make them as a class. We can just put them onto that particular class. But coming to the unsupervised learning, so the data is scattered based on their features, we are going to just form some clusters, which is called as unsupervised learning. So how does the supervised learning model will work? So here I gave you some examples. Some training set of data is given in which some labels are given. So the labels are 1, 2, 3, and 4. So we are going to extract some features. So what we are going to extract? For example, I told you the apple will be of either red color or green color. It is a fruit and it is a like a ball size. Okay, so like that some features are there. And then if you take a watermelon, it is of big size, which is of green and dark green color, which will have some stripes. So like this, we have given some labels. So those features are extracted and it is given to the machine learning algorithm, and that algorithm is trained and it has been it is trained for the particular predictive model. And when a test data comes inside, we are going to extract the feature and then we are going to just match whether the model is able to predict the label properly or not. So now the test data is a watermelon and it is a lime or orange. So you can just find it out whether whether the label is properly identified or not. So now the model is prediction. We are going to just train the model with some set of data with its labels. We are going to extract the features and then we are training the model. And now when we give the test data, now the model is able to predict the label properly. It is able to tell this particular fruit belongs to which class. So this is called as supervised learning. And in unsupervised learning, here you can see the test, the training set, which is having some collection of fruits. Just the vectors features are extracted. We are going to just train the model. And when any test set comes inside, the model is able to predict the type of fruit based on the features and it can form some clusters. So now you can see watermelon is made as one cluster. Green apple and red apple is made as one cluster. The lime and orange is made as one cluster. But we know that lime and orange is totally different. Even though they come under the citrus fruits, we know that how they are differentiated. And green apple and red apple also we can just differentiate. So this is how the unsupervised learning will work. And coming on to the reinforcement learning. So here you can see, I told you that in reinforcement learning, there is an involvement of an intelligent agent. So already I told you that intelligent agent is nothing but a device which is able to take its decision from its past experiences. So now the intelligent agent is going to act in the environment and based on the past experiences. That is, for example, now it is acting onto the environment. Based on its move, it can either be profited or it can be lost. So based on the past experiences, the next step, the agent is going to decide which decision it has to take. So that is called as the reinforcement learning. So normally, I can give you an example over here. So normally we would have played the Ludo game in the smartphone, in which we have a computer to play with us. So based on its past experiences and based on the move that a human being is going to take, the computer will take its move in order to get some reward. So that is one example of reinforcement learning. And what can you do with the ML algorithms? So normally doing the manual calculations or manual analysis is very complex for some of the questions. But when you employ the ML algorithms, your task will be very simplified. So for what all things you can use the machine learning algorithms? When you want to predict the target variable, what is your target? That is what would be your outcome. Whether you are going to get the outcome as a binary classification or a multi-class classification. Based on that, your machine algorithm will work. Machine learning algorithm will work. So binary classification algorithm will have the outcome as 2 classes. When we have a situation, there we have to decide, there might be any one of the possible outcome, either yes or no, which is called as the binary classification. And when we have more options to have, then that is called as the multi-class classification. Finding the unusual data points. There are some machine learning algorithms which we call as anomaly detection algorithms. We are going to identify the data points that are not normal. In order to identify those abnormal data points, we will be using this anomaly detection algorithms. Predicting the values. Now I want to predict the value. For example, I want to predict the rainfall of the next year. So based on some historical data, so at this particular time, in a particular city, what was the past rainfall? So how much centimeters it was? So everything we are going to just have some analysis, and based on the prediction, we can just predict how much of rainfall we could get on the next year. And also you can take the example of a weather forecast. So based on the previous recorded temperatures, we can just forecast or we can just predict what would be the weather for the next 14 days or next 15 days. So nowadays everything is there in our we are getting that in our smartphone. We are able to prepare ourselves for the weather. So now we are in a very cold place. We are cold condition. Weather is very cold, and we are able to predict on seeing the weather forecasting. We are taking the necessary steps like wearing a jacket, coming out with some mufflers. So we are taking our own things, own precautions we are taking based on the predictions that are already given by the apps. So all these things are possible only because of this machine learning algorithms. So we use regression algorithms for prediction. Based on the historical data, we are able to predict the new data. For example, here I have given you an example. How much will the average 2-bedroom house cost in my city next year? So in this year, we are going to just take some statistics of how much cost a house is going to have. So based on that, we can just predict what would be the valuation of that particular house in the next coming year. And similarly, how many patients will come through the clinic on Tuesday? If Tuesday was a very busy day and more patients are coming to the doctor, then we can just predict on other Tuesdays whether how many patients will be coming to the clinic. So all these things are examples for a regression algorithm. The next one is we can also see how values are changing over time. So we call them as a time series algorithm. With the help of some analysis and forecasting of collecting the data at regular intervals, we are able to make the predictions to identify what is the real trend. So that is called as the time series algorithm. Discovering the similarities. Whenever we want to discover some of the similarities between the data, we can use the clustering algorithms, which is a type of a machine learning algorithm. Here we are going to divide the data into some groups based upon some similarities. For example, now we are having a group of people. Based on their height and weight, we can form some clusters. So we have to employ a clustering algorithm in order to make the people form into clusters. So here I gave you an example of which viewers like the same types of movies and which printer model fails in the same way. Okay, these are some of the examples of clustering algorithms. And coming on to the classification, so we are going to train the model with the help of input data. And when a new data comes in, we are going to predict and we are going to put them onto a particular class, which is called as the classification. As I already told you, email spam filtering. So when an email comes inside, we are able to understand whether it is a promotional email or whether it is an spam email, so that we can just put them onto that particular folder. And based on some text, we are able to find out what type of sentiment that particular text will have, whether it is having a positive impact or whether it is having a negative impact or whether it is having a neutral impact. So I can give you an example here, like hope the day was so good. So here I can just feel a positive impact. So the sentiment is very positive here. And hope, yeah, the day was okay. So now, based on the things, we can just identify what impact, how we are going to make the classification. So whatever the things that we have seen now, so those are some different categories in which the different algorithms can be employed. And let's move on to the famous machine learning algorithms that are already pre-programmed. The first one is called as the linear regression. So before speaking about the linear regression, when we have a data, we have two types of variable. One is called as the predictor variable and the other one is called as the response variable. So using this predictor variable, we can just predict what would be the response variable. So predictor are the some input values, and this response variable is the output value that we are going to get. So when they coming to the linear regression, we have two types. One is called as the linear regression. The other one is called as the multiple regression. When we have one predictor variable, then we call them as a linear regression. When we have more than one predictor variable, we call them as a multiple regression. Here we are going to find the relationship between the predictor variable and the response variable. When we want to find some relationship, then we have to put them onto a graph. And when this relationship forms a straight line, that is the data is fitting onto a straight line, then we can tell that this is a linear regression. Some examples I can give you over here is, if you take an advertisement industry, we will be investing a lot of money and we will be seeing what is the revenue that they have gained. So when you plot the investment and the revenue, then that becomes a linear regression. And similarly, the drug dosage the doctor is going to prescribe, which will always have some effect on the blood pressure of the patient. This also becomes the linear regression. And similarly, in agriculture, we can just take the crop that is depending on the fertilizer and the water. When we draw this also becomes the linear regression. And similarly, when we take a sports activity, the performance of the player is based on the training regimens, whatever that he is going to take. The more he takes the training, he will be performing very well. So this is called linear regression. And moving to the next one, which is logistic regression. So the difference between the linear regression and logistic regression is, there we have some numerical response variable, whereas here we have some discrete response variable, which is logistic regression. So predicting the categorical response variable using a given set of predictor variables. And when you try to fit this relationship onto a graph, the data will be fitting into a continuous S-shaped curve. Whereas in the linear regression, you would have seen a straight line, but in logistic regression, you can just see a S-shaped curve. And this logistic regression is mainly suited for binary classification. So the prediction of occurrence of an event is an example for logistic regression, because there are only two possibilities. If it occurs, it is 1, and if it does not occur, then it will be 0. And moving on to the next one, which is naive Bayes classifier. So here you can just understand with the same example. When the mail comes to the naive Bayes classifier, the classifier is able to identify the probability of the email that is coming. It can be spam, or it can be any important other messages which has to be pushed on to the inbox folder. So we are going to calculate the probability that an event will occur, because previously the event has occurred. So based on the occurrence of a related event, we are able to find out the probability that we will be getting some spam mail. Definitely that has to be pushed on to the spam folder. The important mail has to be pushed on to the inbox folder. So all these things are possible with the help of naive Bayes classifier. And moving on to the next one, which is the support vector mission. So here I have given you one diagram in which you can see some set of data points. So one is given as square, the other one is given as a triangle. So if the data points are you can consider some data points are very close to them. You don't know to which class you have to put them. Then here in this case, we are going to draw a hyperplane. So we are going to draw a hyperplane between the two closest data points, and this hyperplane will maximize the distance between these 2 points, and we can clearly differentiate whether the data point belongs to this class or not. That is called as support vector mission. And the next one is the decision tree. So here I have given you an example. Now you're going to a shopping mall to get some dress. Now they are recommending some products. If you're interested on that product, you will be thinking of it. Otherwise, you can just decline the offer. When you're interested on the recommended product, then you have to check whether you're having a amount or not. When you have that amount, then you will be just checking for whether the recommended product will be suitable for your outfit or not. If it suits for your outfit, then you will be accepting the offer. Otherwise, you will be declining the offer. And if you are not going to have a money, then you will not go for buying the dress. So what happens at each and every step? So each and every step, we are having some possibilities. If we are interested to buy the dress, then we have to go to the shopping mall, or we will not. If we go to the shopping mall and buy a dress and they are recommending some products, if we have enough money, then we will think of it. Otherwise, we will not. And if we are going to go and buy the recommended product, first we will see whether it suits our outfit or not. If it suits, then okay. Otherwise, we will not. So each and every step, we are using some if and then rules. So here, at each and every step, we are setting some constraints so that we are able to take some decisions at each and every step. So this is called as decision tree. And the next one is called as the K nearest neighbor. So here you are having some two set of data. One is called as the spring and the other one is called as the non-spring. Now an unknown cell is coming inside. I have to find who is the nearest neighbor of that particular cell, whether spring or non-spring. So I have to use some distance function to calculate the distance between this unknown cell and this spring. And I have to just check the distance between the unknown cell and the non-spring. So now I can understand which is having the shortest distance. I have to just check. Based on that, I can put this unknown cell into that particular class. So as of this diagram, I can tell this unknown cell is having least distance with the spring class. So now I can put this particular cell to this spring class. This is how we find out the K nearest neighbor. And the next one is the random forest. So random forest is when we have a group of decision trees combined together. Each and every decision tree will have its own prediction. We are going to do the average of all the predictions, and then we are going to have an algorithm which is called as the random forest algorithm. So here we are going to aggregate the decisions that are coming from the different decision trees, and then we are going to finally decide it. So in decision trees, there is a problem of overfitting, but in random forest, we will be reducing this overfitting problem. And the next one is called as the gradient boosting. So here we can just see when we have some weak prediction models, we can just combine, because when we have a weak prediction model, then that model is not going to perform well. Then we can go for one ensembled approach, which is called as gradient boosting, in which we have some types like X booster, ADA boost. So you can just go for combination of 2 or more prediction model. So when we combine them, the overall performance will be good, which is called as the gradient boosting. And the next one is called as the k-means clustering. So here, when the data points comes inside, based upon their attributes, we are going to form some clusters. So here I have shown you an example. When a group of people are there, we are going to form the people into some groups based on the height and width. Here I have taken the features as height and width. Based on that, I can group them into some clusters. And if we want to have more clusters, then we can go for the other attributes. Like I can go for, I can just include the gender, so that I will be having another sort of clusters, which will have only the same height, the same width, and the same gender will be of one group, one cluster, and the other people will be of another cluster. So like that. So based upon the attributes, we can just group the data points into some clusters, which is called as k-means clustering. And k is here nothing but the equal number of clusters. And moving on to the last thing, which is called as the machine learning libraries. So I told you that when we are going to create a model, then we have to use some predefined functions. So in order to create some machine learning solutions, we have to use some building blocks. So there are some predefined functions and procedures that are available in the machine learning libraries. You can just, instead of manually coding them, you can just use the predefined function from the libraries, like functions and modules are readily available. You can just use them for your own purpose, and you can build your own solution. So these are some of the essential requirements that are required for machine learning. And thank you for your patient listening. So I invite, if there are any queries, then I could answer you people.
Guys, if you have any doubts, please feel free to ask ma'am.
Guys, you're having the access to unmute yourselves, or you can also drop your queries in the chat box.
Okay, seeing as we don't have any doubts to discuss, thank you so much, ma'am. It was wonderful to know such wonderful, such insights. The details from this session surely gave us a structured path that can lead us to a successful journey in the world of AI and ML.
Thank you all for the student coordinators who cooperated with us to have a very good sessions. Thank you, one and all.
Okay, so the attendance form is posted in the chat box. Kindly fill the form to mark your attendance, as that is important for being eligible for the certificates. Okay.
Please fill the attendance form.
And if there are any queries, you can just post in the chat box.
Is it visible, sir?
Visible,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Okay, so fine. So very good afternoon, guys. So in today's session, we are going to see about how the artificial intelligence is used in games. And before that, I will introduce myself. I'm Dr. J. Mudel. I am functioning as an assistant director for digital outreach, and I belong to gaming division. So in today's session, we are going to see what are the ways artificial intelligence is going to gain the gaming, right? And in that, we are going to see about different kinds of games and how what are the kinds of activities, what are the kinds of artificial intelligence based activities performed in the games, and how they are going to develop, and what are the different kinds of applications we'll be having. So these are the things we are going to see in today's class. Right. So here, these are some of the topics I'll be having to have the discussion with you. First one deals with the basic general definition about artificial intelligence, and this, so first three things I will skip, right? So because from the morning itself you'll be having enough sessions on the definitions, introduction, and what exactly be artificial intelligence. So I'll be going directly to what exactly AI and how it is going to build the robots, right? And next I will pass on to problem solving, and after that I'll be getting into how the algorithms and the concepts of artificial intelligence is used in gaming. And I'll be having some few topics on how the AI game is being evolved and what the game history, and after that some of the basic codings and demos we'll be having. If time permits, then I will share it with you shortly. And in addition to that, we'll be going to see about the applications of AI, because this is the most vital part. With this only you can able to understand how exactly the artificial intelligence is used in the game. And after that, we are going to see about logical and contextual reasoning. And here we are going to see about one new thing called the Google DeepMind and AlphaGo. So here the reason why I placed is that nowadays the DeepMind and AlphaGo mostly, maybe you will be heard of that. So DeepMind and AlphaGo are the best artificial intelligence sectors. They'll be working on solving the real-time gaming problems, right? So that's why I taken this as an example for today's discussion. And after that, I'll be having some few videos on artificial. I think due to some buffering kind of issues, I may not be able to play this artificial super intelligence videos, but definitely I'll be playing. I'll be sharing the link shortly after this session, right? And after that, we are going to see about how the artificial intelligence is used in Battlefield 1 and FIFA 17 and FIFA 18, and nowadays we are using the FIFA 21 also, right? How artificial intelligence plays a very vital role in that. And after that, hands-on demo is not maybe this time if time won't permit to get into that. And so this is our agenda of this session, right? So this I will skip it off because you already having enough knowledge about artificial intelligence and all those things, right? Yes, this one gives a glimpse of how what exactly artificial intelligence, right? So here, artificial intelligence is an area of computer science that follows a credo, right? So what exactly may credo and what exactly the definition means? For example, if you are having some kind of confusion, right? So and also if you want to come to a conclusion, then it is not like randomly you can come to a conclusion. There will be a set of logical steps involved in that to come to a conclusion, right? So for that to achieve this, right? So for getting into that conclusion, it doesn't mean that it is for only one time. So it keeps on repeating for the multiple number of times for the multiple number of problems, right? So what actually artificial intelligence do is, so if possible, the artificial intelligence makes a pattern of those things so that it can be used in solving the multiple kinds of problems which belongs to the same criteria. So this is how the artificial intelligence is going to take place. And here there'll be a different set of diverse set of it is artificial intelligence doesn't have any kind of very predefined set of parameters to explain, because each of them having their own context about the artificial intelligence, because artificial intelligence and their applications and their nature of artificial intelligence depends upon where it is used. For example, if you are used in gaming, so the definition will be based upon the perspective of the artificial intelligence definition is by gaming only. Or else if you are using in the case of healthcare, then the definition of AI is based upon healthcare. So it is up to the perspective of the people who they are using the artificial intelligence and how they are using and how they are utilizing the AI. So this is basically the definition for, because you may have the confusion like why the definition of AI is differs. So that is the reason. Depending upon each field they are using, so the definition will be varied according to the persons they are using, right? So here I'll be just directly getting onto that. First of all, you have to understand that artificial intelligence in the sense, it is a kind of intelligence where you are going to give your own kind of, or else you are going to mimicking your own kind of intelligence, or else you are going to ingesting to make a different one that is known as artificial. It is not a real intelligence, because real intelligence owns by the human, right? So if you want to mimic the behavior of the human, or else if you want to mimic the intelligence of the human, then we are going to make the similar one like the new one, like the real one. It is not a real one, right? So whatever you make it as close as it is, but it can't be matched up with the human. That is a verdict, right? But even then, you have to understand only one thing, right? So here, whatever the agents in the artificial intelligence, we'll be calling everything is agents or else some kind of objects, right? So here, whatever the robots you are creating, right? So robots are a real object representation of an AI agent, right? So it means that so robots are the one, or else the object, or else what kind of what we call some kind of, instead of objects we can keep it as an agent, right? So the agent is the one which represents the actual. So if you belong to the same place, then how it will behave. So the same thing happens to the robot also, right? So what is your decision on the time, right? So that instead of you, the robot is placed there. So that's why it is called as robots are real object representation of an AI, right? Here you can classify, or else basically human will classify the AI engine. AI engine in the sense that is a heart of the artificial intelligence, means that it is a provoking, or else it is going to have the building mechanism, or else this we call as a pre-function unit of the artificial intelligence, right? Usually the artificial intelligence is considered and it will be classified into more types, and basically we will be classifying according to the behavior, or else according to the nomenclature. We are going to classify it as four types, right? First one, how the artificial intelligence behaves, right? First one, it acts like a humanly manner, right? So what do you mean by act like a humanly manner? For example, if you are serving the tea, right? So how you will serve the tea and how polite you are serving the tea, so that defines how to act humanly. It is a gentle of touch, it based upon touch and how you are behaving and how you are caressing. So these all consider the acting the humanly behavior, or else explicitly performing the humanly behavior, right? Then think humanly is a very difficult task. Now they are able to find out how far we are going to match up the second point, because act like humanly you can easily implement in the case of humanly nature, means that how you have to touch the things and how you have to hold the things that they are doing. But in case of second one, that is think humanly, it is a very difficult task, because thinking human is a very big task. Consider like in case of Tesla, right? Maybe you will be heard of Tesla car, right? So in the case of Tesla car, you'll be having variety of different kinds of decision you have to make whenever you are making autonomous system, right? So what exactly in autonomous system? Whenever you are driving the car without your control, the car itself have to take multiple decisions to make it to the successful destination. That is a goal of the autonomous system. So in this case, if you want to take up any kind of a decision, right, so it leads to a biggest nightmare to you, right? Consider like if even if the decision is 1 second late, then think of the situation which you are traveling in the miles like 90 kilometer per hour, right? So think of the situation within a 1 second. You have to make yourself equipped with the system, right? So if something goes wrong, so think about your situation. This is how sensitive the AI will be, right? So if something goes wrong, or else if something goes out of control, you can't able to manage, because everything is managed by AI. So this second one is the very big task now. So it will be applicable for autonomous systems, supercomputers, and everything will be applied, right? And the third one, we will be having like think rationally. What do you mean by think rationally? Think rationally in the sense of you can say that um, you are going in a car, right? So consider like whenever you are moving in a car, you will be heading, for example, you will be moving from the distance of 120 kilometers, right? So whenever you are dealing with 120 kilometers with two passengers with you, right? So thinking rationally makes sense, right? So what actually you mean by um, uh, what exactly you mean by thinking rationally? Usually, what do you mean by rationally? What do you mean by rational? Because we have to understand what exactly you mean by rational, right? So here, the rational decisions, usually we call the rational decisions and thoughts are based upon the reason rather than an emotion, right? So what exactly mean by that? See, in an emotion, we can take multiple number of decisions, right? So, but in a system, we can't able to, or else we won't allow the system to take a decision based upon the emotion. That is what we call as an think rationally, right? In other words, we can call it as in in other words, we can call this rational thinking, or else the thinking what you are thinking, the rational thinking is merely focused on more logical, or based upon the previous experience, or else by facts, or else kinds from the kinds of experience you'll be having. It is not like it came at a stretch, right? So the best example is as I already said, right? So whenever you are traveling in a car, right? So whenever you hit, whenever you are seeing the obstacle around there, for example, you have to hit the cow, or else hit the man, or else either one you have to hit to protect yourself. So in this case, what you will think? So you have to hit the cow only instead of man. So this kind of very critical thinking is needed to think it rationally, right? And also act rationally act rationally also falls into the same criteria with a very little number of deviation, right? So here they given um, what are the examples I given given I just given for your best for your understanding purposes, right? So here they given in the more logical way of representation of what are the things, what are the different kinds of senses they say, right? First one is act human, right? So here that is merely based upon the AI approach, right? So here they want the human being to predict, or else the artificial intelligence to behave like a human like performance, right? So consider like here you can see the system would need to process the following. The best example is that natural language processing, knowledge representation, representation, automated reasoning, machine learning. So these are all the different kinds of systems where they will implement act humanly, right? So what exactly you mean by act humanly? Consider like natural language processing, right? So um, you can have a thought, right? How act humanly or else acting very humanly will be helpful in natural language processing. It's very vital to understand how the natural language processing helps in very humanly based nature, right? For example, if you are saying, or else if you are communicating with a person, right? So even though if you are spelling out wrong, or else if you are missing out some kind of words, but the person who you are interacting with can be able to understand what exactly he is trying to tell, or else what he's trying to perform, right? So the other person and the other end person will be able to understand, even though if you're having many misspelled words or else many untranslatable words, then he can be able to easily grasp what you are trying to say. That is what we mean to develop act humanly, or else we are trying to develop the robots in the act humanly, right? So but what exactly as of now, what situation as of now, whatever we are giving, for example, natural language processing, what happens if your speech to text, whatever you are speaking, that will be converted to text. Sometimes the spelling will be wrong, or sometimes the words will be incorrect, sometimes the sentence may be forgotten, right? So these kind of several issues will be there. That's why they want to include the humanly feature into the natural language processing, right? Next one is that knowledge representation. In the knowledge representation, whenever consider like there will be different perspectives to be included. For example, you can for example, you can say that you can define the story, or else you can depict the story, or else if you want to give some summary about any situation, you can give it in a separate several ways, right? But instead of that, knowledge representation is that how far you can be able to store and conceive the information. What do you mean by that? Means that consider like you are going to explain some kind of the things, you have to be in the position to understand how to conceive the message, or else how to in other ways we can call it as how we want to communicate to the person, how legibly we have to communicate, so how to chop down each and every message. That only human can be able to do that, but in case of system we have to feed each and everything to the system, right? So that's why they want to implement the humanly feature also, right? Next one is automated reasoning, right? So here automated reasoning is a very important task where we have to get the real focus on, right? So in the case of automated reasoning, so here they'll be giving us analyze information and draw solutions. It means that you can say nowadays in the forensics, computer forensics, you'll be seeing some kind of situations will be there, right? So in some kind of example, in the southern part of India, so most of the idols will be get vandalized to foreign countries, right? So now how it has been transferred here due to some kind of very um, very known artifacts, or else like sand kind of culture which will be placed in the AI system. So the AI system is capable of analyzing those pictures, right? This is how they are going to derive the information, or else this is how we are going to draw the solutions for this problem, right? So this is what we call it as an automated reasoning. And another thing is that I am not very sure about the exact name of the country. I think in maybe in New York, in the New York, in a bridge where some kind of murder happened, right? So none of them can be able to find out the person who done the murder. So several days passed. Got it afterwards. Half-wheel network is a very prominent in the AI, right? Using the half-wheel network, they reconstruct the images, which means some of the missing images or some kind of the very blurry images, right? So they using the half-wheel network, they reconstructed the image and identify the persons by a tattoo what he is wearing. So this is the kind of advancements nowadays we'll be having in the case of artificial intelligence, right? Next one is machine learning. So I don't want to explain more on that machine learning, right? So it is used, you can use that will be having multiple set of diverse set of applications and everything will be there, right? Next one is think humanly, right? So as I already told you, the think humanly is a very, very big approach, and it is a very complex model, right, to understand that, right? So as I already told you, to think like a human, you have to understand how the brain will be working, right? So because the brain consists of neurons, synapse, and all those stuff should be there. Then you have to understand the model, in which way the brain will be working, and how the process is getting triggered, right? So once after we make the decision, so once after these kind of things, you can able to inculcate yourself, or else you can able to understand. Then only you can proceed further, right? Next one is that you have to understand. If you understand how the human brain works in a very logical way, or else you derive in a very logical way, then it is very easy to understand, or else you make the computer to understand like a human being, right? So then you can, for example, you can include the emotions also. Nowadays the emotional intelligence, you can refer after this session. Emotional intelligence plays a very vital role in the case of artificial intelligence. Nowadays, they are going to inculcate the emotional intelligence into robots, or else whatever the artificial intelligence based systems they'll be having, because emotion plays a very vital role with the human beings. They'll be having the real connect to the human beings, right? So that's why they'll be focusing more on the emotions, right? Next one, how the cognitive modeling is achieved, right? So these kind of cognitive modeling is achieved by two ways. One is introspection, and another one is psychological experiments. So you'll be having so many experiments over there to contribute, or else to support the cognitive modeling, right? So here, the cognitive model is a different structure and AI is a different structure. But if you if we combine those two things into a single one, then the results will be entirely different, and we can be able to achieve many different diverse set of things, right? Next one, thinking rationally. As I already told you, what about thinking rationally? You have to think in a very right manner, right? So here, Aristotle coined the word like right thinking. What exactly by right thinking? Like I already said, it is not based upon the emotions. You have to take the decisions based upon the logic. That's what we call this an rational thinking, right? So here you have to see, if you are not aware of the situation, then you have to understand the situation, or else to get more insights about the situation, to think it in a very rational way, right? So that is how we are deriving, or else how we are mentioning to think in a very rational manner, right? Next one is acting rationally. As I already told you, when we are seeing that topic, right? So the agent is something that perceives and acts. As I already told you, the robot, or else the agent, is the one who is going to perceive all the kind of information. So what action, instead of you, the robot or else agent is going to take all these things, right? Next one, you have to inference are the one where in real world we'll be calling it as in clues or else cues, right? So with the cues you have to derive the conclusions, right? So here the reflex action. So mostly the reflex action won't be equal like human beings, because humans having very high number of reflex actions, right? But in case of the computers, we have to feed each and everyone. We have to categorize the reflex action. Then each and every time you have to categorically feed into the computers, right? Next one, we can expect a computer or else game or else whatever may be the system to act like a 100% rational. But reality is that it is having the very limited rationalism. Why? Because the environment is very much complex. Because whenever, as I already told you about the self-driving car, in the self-driving car, it is not like one situation you can able to take up, right? So there will be multiple number of situations. Consider the example. um, the very best example is the one classical example defined in the Tesla blog itself, right? So one situation, they train the neural network in the sense, if something is there in the stop, it is written as stop, then the car will be stopped, right? Then if a green color signal will be there, that the green color brown signal will be there, then the car will be move on, right? So this is how it is just a simple example I'll be saying how the AI will be how the AI sometimes will not be think rationally as like human, right? So on this case, what happened? The camera is able to detect the stop sign as well as the green sign, right? But what happens? It confused at the time. So the AI, the neural network, what is trained in the Tesla neural engine, couldn't be able to accommodate or else couldn't be able to find the decision what is the next decision to take. So it is confusing with this decision, and it makes the driver to post the status in the Tesla Twitter, right? So this is how sometimes the AI fails to engage like a human being, right? I hope okay. I hope okay. With this, I will wind up on my session. So last but not least, we'll be going with the problem solving. So in the problem solving agent, we'll be given some problem, and for a single problem, we have to get the multiple various solutions, multiple number of solutions with the AI agent, right? Why? Each problem having one kind of accuracy factor, so we have to consider all the various solutions to get the better accuracy factor of all the solutions over there, right? Then after that, based upon the solutions and the accuracy factor, then we have to take the decision, right? Which decision we have to take and what to do with the decision. And once after we taken the decision, then we have to configure what kind of actions we have to perform, right? So these actions can perform, these actions will be comprised of different kinds of steps or a six number of steps, or the it is having the logical, there will be set of logical tasks to be defined, right? Next one, it will be of two types. One is based upon the context, or else based upon the chance. You'll be having the outcome will be derived into, or else sorry, the outcome, the decided outcome will be of either it will be of context or either it will be of chance. So either two way it will be possible, right? So this is the basic things. Those simple example they'll be giving as a roadmap, that is finding the shortest path. So you can start state is that start set is 5 4 6 1 8 7 3 2. This is the start state, but the goal state is to 1 2 3 8. So this is the goal state. So you have to solve this puzzle to make the goal state. How many steps to be achieved? This is a very classical 8% problem that you already aware of in the 8, right? So for this is a simple game, and after that you will be having so many such techniques will be applied in nowadays in case of in the gaming, right? In the gaming, whenever you are playing the battlefield, or else in case of battlegrounds, or else in case of PUBG, you will be seeing that some of the in very long distance you can see only the structure of the tree. Then whenever you are going very near to the tree, then you can see the structure of the tree. Then you can see the definitions of the tree. Definitions of the tree is how far the tree leaves and everything, the branches you can see whenever you are going here, right? That is that based on that is usually worked upon breadth first search. It is mostly used in case of breadth first search, and kinds of these games will be based upon the tree mechanism, right? So whenever you are loading the game, the entire environment won't get loaded, right? Whenever you are moving here and there, the environment getting loaded, you can see it number of ways, right? So these are some of the techniques which will be used in case of AI games. First one is breadth. So first one starts with breadth first search, uniform cast search, depth first search, depth intersearch. So there are different kinds of searches over there to contribute to the AI games, right? So this is a simple example of how it is getting performed. Right. So here we'll be using the AI star algorithm also. That is a very good algorithm used for optimization purposes, and mostly AI star algorithm will be used in case of snake games, and several games will be there. Right. So so game engine will be there. DeepMind and AlphaGo is the best example. You can explore. You can explore more on that. And when we are going in the AI in games, right? So usually what we call is a good AI, right? So here, good game AI is an algorithm that provides superior design results to the randomness, right? What exactly you mean by randomness in a PUBG? If you are playing the PUBG, it looks like 100 players are there, but actually it won't be 100 players. Maybe 25 is a real player, 75 is a random player to mimic the action like a real player, right? So this is how we can call the AI to be very at the par, right? So next one is that you'll be having, as I already told you, perception, pathfinding, behavior. So all the things are based upon the trees one, right? And all the kinds of rocks, mountains, and everything is based upon the navigation mesh. Because whenever we are transferring the shape of the mesh, then accordingly your mountains and everything will be getting displaced to get a new look, right? So this is how we are going to implement in this. So these details I'll be sharing with you. This is mostly based on the screenshots, and after that some kind of codings only. That is not mandatory for this introduction. I hope that this introduction will be good enough to have the better understanding of AI in gaming. So with this, I will wind up my session. So I would like to thank A Tuition for arranging me into this and getting into this session more meaningful. Thank you, sir. Sir? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. Fine. Thank you.
Yeah. Shakalya?
Yes, sir. Yes, we'll be calling.
Yeah, proceed.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir, for such a wonderful session. I am sure you all really liked the session. Let us know how was your experience. Now, moving on, before the last session of the day, we shall now have another round of quizzes to reinforce the concepts we've covered. The format is the same as quiz 1, so you can attempt accordingly. The link will be provided shortly.
Rajesh?
Sir, I will contact you.
Yeah.
There has been a last minute change. Sorry for this. We'll be having another session now where sir will be demonstrating a live project on AI right now.
Yamuna, who is actually hosting the project?
So by Tanish Jaiswal, sir.
Oh. Jaiswal.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Tanish Jaiswal has received the first prize at Azure AI Hackathon by Microsoft with a cash prize of 10,000 USD. Best Harvard Hack in Hack Harvard 2021 by Harvard University. Most creative use case in gravitation by AWS with a cash prize of 1,500 USD. Fifth place in ASCON 21 by the Azure community. Third place in the Hack CBS 4.0 by SSCBS Delhi with 15,000 INR cash prize and other premium subscriptions, and the third place in Hack NITR 3.0 by NIT Roorkela with a cash prize of 10,000 INR. Tanish Jaiswal will be demonstrating some of the live demonstrations of an AI-based application. Yes, you will see a live implementation of an AI-based project. So buckle up for this session. Over to you, sir.
Yamuna, I think Tanish is having a connection issue, it seems.
Yes, sir. He will join. He just joining again, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. He said he's going to rejoin.
Yeah, fine.
Meanwhile, while we wait for Tanish Jaiswal to present the demonstration, I would request you people to fill in the attendance form in the link being shared right away. It is the same as what you did before. Please fill in your details in the Google form that will be shared soon enough. The link has been given in the chat box, everybody. Please do fill the attendance sheet.
Palani Raja, you can make Tanish Jaiswal. Okay.
Already made, sir.
Okay. Dhanush, you can start now. A break?
Yes, sir. I had audio problems. Okay, sir. So now I'll share my screen. Okay, is that visible?
Yes, sir.
Great. So what I wanted to talk to you all about is teachable machines by Google. So teachable machine is one of the Google's experiment that are made to explain usage of AI and machine learning in an easy way. So it's very interesting. You can try it yourself. Teachablemachines.withgoogle.com. So when you click on get started, it will get you. It will give you three options: image project, audio project, or post project. So for right now, we'll click on the image project. Use standard image model because we are not using any microcontrollers or we are not exporting models to the microcontrollers and such. So as you can see on the screen right now, there are two classes, class 1 and class 2. So we'll try to rename the classes as our own. For example, let's name it thumbs up. And let's rename the class 2 as thumbs down. All right. So now what we need to do is create a data set of thumbs up and thumbs down. So machine will train, or the Google's machine, that is teachable machine, will take the samples and train a machine learning model to detect whether there is thumbs down or thumbs up in the image. So for that we need training samples. So we'll generate the training samples right away. So here if you could see there is I have to hold to record to record the samples. So once I press the record button, I move my hand a little bit to create variation in the data, and that's it. We have taken the enough samples for the thumbs up. Now we'll take the samples for thumbs down. So have a look. I'll move my hand a little bit and with varying angles, and that's it. Now what we'll do is we'll click on train model, and we can also go on in advanced tab. We can see the epochs. Epochs is basically the numbers of iteration the model will train and reevaluate itself. And we have taken the batch size of 16, but we have taken 149 samples. The machine will take the best samples itself, and we can vary the sample numbers. And this is the learning rate. The learning rate will vary in each epoch. So now I'll click on train model. As you can see, it is preparing the training data. And now it has started training. These are the number of epochs you can see out of 50. So it was really quick. So now what we'll do is, I'll as soon as I put a thumbs up in the webcam, you can see the output in the class 1 here. Here on the cursor, you can see the orange output as 100%. And as soon as I put my thumbs, a gesture as a thumbs down, it detects automatically. So if you wanted to do this a few decades back, where there was no machine learning or there were no existing microprocessors or graphic or matrix multiplication technologies available, then this process of detecting a particular object, a particular gesture, a particular part, or recognizing a particular features in an image was very tedious and very inaccurate. But because of these machine learning models and neural network capabilities that mimic how humans learn, how brain works, how neural networks work, which are basically mimicking our own neural network that exists in our brain. So because of this reason, it is very easy to build things like these. This is basically state-of-the-art technology compared to what we had 10 years back, for example. So that's it. Now my friend Mohit will explain you more about the gamification approach. So if you could make Mohit as a presenter, sir.
Wow, that was such an interesting session. The projects. Sorry?
Sir, can you make Mohit as a presenter?
Mohit, right? Yeah. Mohit, you are there.
Yes.
You just go ahead.
Hello, good afternoon to everyone. So this is Mohit, and shortly I will be sharing my screen. So what we will learn about is chess AI. So, and any student here who knows how to play chess, so please stay interested in that and this, because we will actually learn about how chess AI works, and you probably would have heard about chess AIs and how they work. We will see right now. So basically what we have is a chessboard, right? So I'll start sharing my screen. Okay. So as you can see, this is like a chessboard, and there are some. This is a GIF, and there are some chess pieces moving around. So what basically is chess is like there are 16 pieces of black and 16 pieces of white, and there are some pawns, knights, king, queen, and bishops and rooks. So all of these have, like, it's a game. So in gaming theory, as you can in recent days, you have seen that there are multiple competitions happening. In ray tracing also we use chess or AIs. So how chess AI basically works. So as you can see, there are in the starting state, there are like 20 moves that white piece can move. So white plays first, and there are 20 moves that white can move basically. So and according to that, black can move 20 cross 20 to 20, like 400 moves black can play. So if again I'll share. Yeah, let's. So you can see there's a chessboard here. So the white pieces, what white pieces can move is like each piece, like there are 8 pieces here, and each of them can move only 1 step or 2 steps. So 8 into 2 is 16. So white can move 16 pieces, and the bishop here can move 2, 1, 2, and similarly 2. So there are like 20 moves that white can move at the starting state. So anybody who has played chess knows about this, and even if you haven't, it's very simple to understand. And similarly, if like I place white here, so according to this new state of chessboard, black can play this or this, and similarly it can move 20 times, 20 new moves it can make. So for this, he made like 20 moves, and similarly, if I have moved this part here, so it could have another 20. So 20 cross 20 moves, like 400 moves could possibly be there. And similarly, if an entire game of chess is to be considered, we can make around 10 to the power 120. That's a very huge number. 10 to the power 120 moves that can be made in a chess match, basically. And all of these moves are being predetermined chess. So anybody has heard about Stockfish? It's a chess AI, very popular chess AI, and it is like the toughest chess AI ever built in the entire world. So it has the highest rating of every chess grandmaster. It has defeated every chess grandmaster. And how it does is, it takes all the data from previous matches. So from Bobby Fischer, huge chess talents like Bobby Fischer's, and all of those matches, it has learned through them. So what I'll show you, like one this, if you can see my screen, there's a chess move happening here. So if this is a new move, chess AI knows that this is a new move. So whatever it will do is, it can store and learn from this new move, and every time it moves, it makes it possible for learning a new move for the opponent also. So like if there are 2 grandmaster fighting, not fighting, are competing against each other. So nowadays what grandmaster do is, they don't move, they think like the engine. So we call it an engine. So an AI is an engine basically. So what the engine does is, it the grandmaster think according to the engine. So like if black moves this, so what nowadays grandmaster think is, they will think that what the engine will move, not what their move is, because the engines are most probably the correct answer. So like let's play this little bit of the game. So I move this one, so black let's say move this one. So play against, if I play against a computer, so I played this, and black will play the best move. So here is the rating of white and blue. So like currently I am winning because it was my first move, and then black plays. So here is the rating, like it's the very weakest AI ever, basically weakest computer. So I have to make, so like I can think about, like if I move this move here, so what would happen? So it can move here, it can move here, it can move here. So every time I make a move, the opponent makes 20 moves. So that's like 400 moves there. And what I am thinking, I am thinking one move ahead, but the computer thinks 30 to 40 moves ahead. So if I am thinking, like if I move here, and then he will move here, and then I will move here, then he will move something here. So this is my capacity of thinking, like I can think 3 moves in beforehand, and they might be wrong, they might be correct. So but instead the computer does is, it thinks of trillions of computation it makes, and for every moves it generates bar here, which indicates if the computer is winning or not. So there are new possible states happening every time you play a game. A new chessboard state is made, and if I take, let's say, if I move here, so it can either take my pawn and it might not. So if it takes my pawn, I have no defense against it. So this is the thinking of how an AI thinks. It takes, it marks each values. So there is one min-max, one algorithm min-max. So according to that, what happens is these pawns are marked as 1. So their value is 1. So if you lose pawn at -1, your rating so your ratings gives -1, and the rooks are like 4, rooks are like 5, and knight and bishops are both rated equally, like 3 or 2.5, you can say, and then queens is like 10 and the king is like infinity. So if king dies, you lost the game. So every time you make a move, so the AI decides which pawn or which target it should take. So let's say if I have like a state where my bishop and my rook is being sacrificed. So I have, but the opponent can take only one, either the rook or the bishop. So it takes like a rook has a +5 and the bishop has a 3 rating. So it will take the rook. So that's how one way of how the AI learns works. And now some on another view, Tanishk will tell something more interesting about.
Okay, so now I'll share my screen again. So another quick example of a really interesting project that we can try out really quickly is during the COVID-19 pandemic, we wanted to automate many things because we wanted to minimize human-to-human interactions. So if you can see my screen.
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay, so we'll try the teachable machines again. So we'll name the class 1 as mask on, and we'll name the class 2 as mask off. Okay, so now we'll train the machine learning model again in a similar way. So I'll put the mask on for the mask on example. I'll move my head in different angles to get different varied data samples, and now we'll take the samples for the mask off. All right, I think that should be enough. So now we'll do the similar thing again, which is train model. It's training the data, training on the data. Again, 50 epochs or 50 iterations. Now, as you can see, the output here in the pink kind of color, there is mask off and orange is mask on. Right now, it is showing with 100% accuracy that I have my mask off. So now let's try and see what it shows when I put mask on. As you can see, it is showing mask on. So to build this kind of system, for example, 5 years ago was very complex and it involved very complex programming of low-level machine learning models and deep learning frameworks. Now, what you can do is just train the machine learning model in this simple way. And from here, you can also click on export model. So if you're developing a web application, for example, or an Android app or an iOS app, you can use this machine learning model in your application. And all the heavy lifting of machine learning, the deep learning, is done by a simple drag and drop kind of application. So that's it. That's it for the project demonstration for today. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed.
Whoa, that was such an interesting session. The projects shown would have surely fascinated you all, building a keen interest in this amazing field of AI. So moving on, we shall now have another round of quizzes to reinforce the concepts we covered. The format is the same as the quiz one, so attempt accordingly.
Participants, the quiz link has been shared in the chat box. You can visit the link and fill in your school name and your name so that we can identify you and then finish before 3:30 p.m.
Sure, it was filled with, and we're sure it was filled with enthusiastic learning.
With this, we have come to the end of our first day of the 2-day AI4U event organized by the AI division of VIT Bhopal. But don't go anywhere and book your time for the second day of this wonderful event session. We will come back tomorrow with more enthusiasm and energy for our next session with our speakers. Do join in and experience the best of knowledge being delivered in the most futuristic domains.
Thank you so much, everyone, for being such a patient audience and connecting with us. We hope to see you all tomorrow, resuming our final day of the event. Till then, have a nice and prosperous day, everyone. Tomorrow, the event starts at 10 a.m. Okay.
Akshi Saha, thank you so much for the compliment. We are very much pleased to know that the quiz was amazing and you enjoyed it.
Yeah, tomorrow the event starts at 10, okay?
If you have anything you would like to express to us, if you would like to share with us, please drop in messages in the chat box and we will be sure to respond to you. Anybody, anything? Thank you so much, Krishna. It was great to have you on board too. You can speak actually if you have the permission. Yeah, I think now you have the permission. You can speak if you wish to. Ashik, it was amazing to have you on board as well. And we're really happy that you enjoyed this session. And yes, both the brothers, they did teach you a lot of things. Yes, Kamshik, you do get a certificate of this by the end of both the days. You will definitely receive your certification.
Make sure you fill that Google form, okay?
Sure, thank you.
The Google form link is again dropped into the chat box. Please go through it once.
If anybody would like to share something else with us, please do come forward.
Also, you all have access to unmute yourselves and speak if you want to.
We would love to hear from your side as well. Okay, I gather that nobody wants to come up. No takers?
No.
All right, since we don't have any takers, this was a great session, everybody, and we really hope to see you tomorrow again. And thank you, Anjana. It was great to have you too. Sure, you can ask your friends to register tomorrow, Akshi. They're most welcome to register for tomorrow, and they can be here, and we will bring more and more stuff for you guys to learn. It'll be much more interesting than what you achieved today. Yeah, the details of how to register will be given by Sakalya to you in the chat box. Before you leave, please make sure you note that for any of your friends to join us tomorrow. We'd love to have them on board with us.